Yo, 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 yo. Wagwan, people. Wagwan. Big up yourselves. Big up guy deep at the place. Get me? Yeah. Wagwan. Yeah, we're on it today. Got a few things going on. Get me? We're going to discuss. It's all kind of linked in some ways, but yeah. Got a few things to discuss, few questions that need to be answered, in my opinion. You get me? Catching up with what's been going on over the week. You see me? And yeah, chopping it up in them way there. You get me? But yeah, big up yourselves. Happy Sunday and all that. Hope you're well. Hope you all had a good week. Get me? If you've been on the G block, see what's been popping. You got me? But yeah, you guys, big up your goddamn selves. You get me? Just stay with me for a minute, man. I'm just doing a few little bits online. You get me to address. So I'm just logging into a few little things. You get me? But yeah. So what we discussing today, people? Right, we're discussing people protesting the right to protest. Yeah, we're discussing the actual protest that went on, the police's actions, what we think about it in light of the situation, what's going on. You get me? And so on and so forth. So yeah, when you're ready, people, jump in. I'm gonna chop it up, you get me? You know how we do. See me? But yeah, come on, peeps. You know how we do. Sunday and all that. I'm gonna quick chop up, you get me? Gone with the madness. You get me? Hold on a minute. Just quick type that in. Type that in. Okay. Yeah. So flipping. Oh yeah, let me carry on addressing what I want. So I'll just type in. So yeah, were the police heavy-handed? In that sense. Did the police deal with the vigil, sorry, in the right way, given the situation? And as a topic SHIFFA wants to bring to the table, and I'm not gonna lie, I haven't researched it. He told me about what it is, but I haven't researched it whatsoever. Yeah, so I'm hoping SHIFFA comes on and brings it. You get me? And we see what I go on in that sense. Also talking about, obviously we're coming out of lockdown soon. Yeah, so we're talking about how have you kind of like coped, kind of like positive things out of that you've got out of lockdown, even if it's just small things, you get what I'm saying? But yeah, we're gonna tackle those kind of things. And then finally, and I don't know if it will be the big one, but my aim is for it to be, I'm looking at selective outrage. And I'll put more information in about it when the time comes. But yeah, basically I'm just looking at the behaviors of people and things that people choose to ignore. Do you get me? Yeah, and I'm gonna say choose or choose not to address. You get me? But we'll be happy to shout out and talk about other things. Do you get what I'm saying? And say, yeah, this is wrong with this and this is wrong with that. But won't look at other situations and we'll look at why it's so, why people are that way inclined. Do you get me? And it's not necessarily the most extreme of reasons either. Let's not get that twisted in that sense. Yeah, we gotta like get away from the normal just banding everyone into one category to say, oh, you didn't say nothing about this, so you must be this. No, it might not be that. You get me? Because we have to factor in group bias and people things that resonate with people more. Do you get me? But for me, there's certain aspects and things that have been put out, and for me, I'm like, well, hang on a minute. How come nobody ain't talking about this? Do you get what I'm saying? You know, but we'll chop it up anyway. We'll chop it up and we'll get some opinions and see what the people them is saying. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's a mad one. We're on it today still. On it. You get me? Yo, big up Hassan in the place. Big up yourself, brother. Don't know. Get me? Man like Hassan out here, you get me? Come on. I'm waiting for you to jump on the panel though, G. One day. Get me? Waiting for you to jump on the panel. And get that man some. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you got a lot. I don't know. I get a feeling like you got a lot to say. Do you get me? And not in a negative way. Do you get me? Like I don't know. You get me? But yeah, it's mad. Let's see what I'll go on. But yeah, in terms of the protest yesterday, I think they said something like 30. Hold on a minute. Let me check that number first before I even spit it out. Come on, man. 33 arrests, yeah? So, for all you conspiracy theorists out there, you heard what I said, 33 arrests. Yeah, you know what time it is when you hear 33 arrests. You get me? Mad thing. Yeah. Come on. 33 arrests, man. Mad. Yes, Mr. Lottie. Big up yourself. Original troublemaker in the building. Come on. Get me. Say Hassan says, say no to normalizing racism to take the knee. Say no to hate. Say no bullying. Wendy and Cole. Yo, do you know what? I noticed flipping, yeah, there's this thing that went on with that team in Scotland. And the player was allegedly racially abused and stuff. And before their big derby today, the captain of Celtic walked over to the player to kind of like give him a personal greeting to kind of show him support, I guess, if that's what you can call it. So yeah, it's mad though, isn't it? Because these things seem to be, I don't know if it's reported more or the fact that it's been happening, but it's just become more and more reported because, yeah, it's a mad one. It's a mad one. So yeah, it just seems to be like these things are on the rise. You get me? Or it's being reported more, but the more it's being reported as well, it's like all these foolishness start happening. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's like people see it, hear about it, and then go and do it. Do you get me? And then I don't know, man. It's like honestly, it's real strange the way these people kind of just see something done once, and then all of a sudden, there's other people doing it. You get me? It's a mad thing, man. You get me? Mad thing. Man says the free, and I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even reading it out, Hassan. I'm not even reading it out. What's been going on though? What's been going on? Has it been kicking off again? I don't know, man. Like, yeah. I don't know. Yesterday we had a good conversation about IC3's reparations ideas and stuff like that. It's quite interesting, man. Yeah, man. Big up IC3 as well. You get me? Top brother, top bloke out here. Get me? But yeah, so that was interesting still, looking at how it'll work in that sense. But yeah, man, just how it goes, man. We'll see what I go on. Get me? But yeah, we just out here, we just out here trying to get that little elevation, you get me, of the mind and that. You see what I'm saying? Looking at the things that's going on, because there's clearly an agenda going on. Big up, Brona. How you mean? Yeah, there's clearly an agenda going on, and at the minute, or an agenda. Sorry, there seems to be a few, right? So there seems to be an agenda against men, and then there seems to be an agenda against the police, in some sense. Yeah. So, I guess people are banding on the police because it was a police officer that committed this murder, etc. But yeah, there's a report today of a former, I think it's a police, is it chief constable or something like that? Let me get the thing up. I was literally reading it earlier. What's her name? Let me get her name. Her name is, what's she called now? Nusrit Metab or someone like that. Yeah, she's saying she's suing the police. You get me? And this is some of the things that she's labeling as what she classes as sexist. Yeah, is pass porn around amongst themselves whilst on duty. Made comments about women they pass by on street patrol. Cracked vile jokes about having sex with a missing woman. Oh shit, bumped into female colleagues to brush against their breasts. Now, that last one, yeah, if you can prove the intention, yeah, that's absolutely disgusting, yeah. But how do you prove the intention unless you pull it up to someone and do they then turn around and say, oh, do you know what, yeah, that's what I was trying to do? Like, I don't get it. Do you know what I mean? That somebody could turn around and say, anybody could turn around and say as argument to that, well, actually, that's just your assumption. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, that's another argument. You get me? But yeah, there seems to be an agenda against men as a whole at the minute, where obviously, and the things that are happening is absolutely abhorrent. You get me? But there genuinely seems to be something going on where there's people campaigning against men, and obviously, you know what kind of people that are actually going to fight against men. Obviously, do you know what I'm saying? But it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, and then obviously you're looking at what's this other thing now? Oh yeah, so they're talking about they did a trial actually of, you know, the idea of them putting undercover police in nightclubs, and apparently they did a trial in Newcastle. Yeah, I'm not sure if it says when. It doesn't actually say when, which doesn't make no sense because it's clearly not now they did the trial. So however they've done the trial and it's been a success, they've only shared the success of this flipping trial now. Yeah. Which is a bit, yeah, anyway, no less I say about that the better. Yeah. So this they're saying that it's dropped reports. Oh, sorry, it saw a 30% reduction in rapes and serious sexual assaults while doing this undercover work in the bars. Do you get me? So yeah, it seems like all these things are out there to protect women. You get me? From men, from evil men. Do you get me? So yeah. That's a mad one. And also, yeah, we discussed it last week about that Wilfred Zaha not taking the knee anymore, yeah. And obviously you're seeing more and more people follow suit in it, more and more teams, more and more individuals taking that stance actually. And a lot more people now are kind of saying, well, actually it's not changing nothing. And it's still there, and what needs to be happening is more punishment. So, but yeah, is what it is, man. Is what it is. Like, it will happen, and there'll be people that will just. How do you monitor it? You can close down someone's IP address, but they just go and get a new phone. You get me? And go all over again. Do you see what I'm saying? Different account, different name, change your letter, change your number. Do you know what I mean? It's all good for them. It's nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah. How do you guys think is the best way to deal with that? Because personally, I don't know, man. Do you shame them? You put them out there, put their faces out there. That's been done. Obviously, I've seen some videos of some of the stuff that's happened to these people after these things. You get me? But yeah, I've seen some crazy comeuppance come on some people. You get me? But at the same time, I'm not gonna promote someone putting their freedom at risk. You get me? Because someone was being a dickhead in the chat or in the comments or whatever it is. Do you get what I'm saying? These men have got the safety net of having, you know what I'm saying, of being on the phone or being on their laptop, or whatever it is they're on. They have that safety net. So they'll feel like they're gonna jump up and hype and act a certain way. And it is what it is, man. You get me? Is what it is. But yeah. Big up Gerdip. Big up yourself, G. Come on, man. How you mean? So yeah, so back to the protesting, yeah. So that they're protesting the right, in my eyes, to protest. They're protesting the lockdown measures, and stuff like that. What I struggle to understand is that there's so many different things that people are talking about. It becomes incoherent. Do you get me? Like, you're gonna have anti-vaxxers there, you're gonna have this one there, that one there. Like, yeah, it just becomes incoherent. So what is the end goal? To come out of lockdown, basically, or to not have what, the lockdown measures anymore. Do you get what I'm saying? So and then what? And then what? What's the next thing? What next are you not going to be satisfied with? What next you want to protest? Do you get me? Is it just the COVID measures that you want to protest, or is there other things you want to protest? That's what I want to know. Do you know what I mean? And what more could be done? You get me? What more could be done in, like, now? Do you know what I'm saying? We're like a week away from things starting to go back in some ways, yeah. So yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm thinking, like, and obviously they passed a bill apparently in Parliament to kind of stop this. And there's actually been reports of people actually saying, what was it again? I want to get it right, but there are politicians actually that are saying that the actual arrests are not lawful, and that so on and so forth. And also the 33 people that got arrested yesterday, yeah, were all arrested for breach of COVID regulations. 33. You get me? Like, yeah, man, I don't know about them numbers, you get me? But 33 people in that big crowd of people got arrested for COVID, breaching COVID regulations. You get me? That's mental. Mental, nothing else. So what happened to the people them that was fighting and all that? They didn't arrest them, man. There. I don't get it. So all the violent ones got let go. Like, you just arrested randomers, 33 randomers. You get me? It don't make no sense. Not at all. You get me? I haven't seen too much of it, to be fair. I've seen little bits. And you can see clearly, like, people going on with a madness, you get me? But you also see some of the police going on with a madness too. Now, in that situation, let's see. If you're an anti-lockdown person, for example, you don't agree with the measures in full. Say for example, in full, if you believe, for example, that those that needed to shield could have shielded, and those that felt comfortable and confident could have got on with lives and maybe etc. Yeah, if you feel like that, even, yeah, what do you think about the people that are doing what they did yesterday? What do you think about that in light of the fact that we're moving out of the current conditions? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's a mad one. It's a mad one. I'm kind of just wondering what the thought process of organizing it was at the time. You get me? You know what I'm saying? And Mr. Lottie says pepper spray and tase them all. You know what? In that crowd there, yeah, like I think what you'll find is this is what people want in some sense. The people that have an agenda, they want that to happen. They want the police to go in and do this and go in and do that, and continuously be the person that fits the narrative, rather than think outside the box and think, well, actually, this is what they want. Do you get me? Like, and I'm not saying that's what they should do, but you know what I'm saying? You gotta think outside the box sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because especially in the times that we live in now, with the social media and everyone on the phone and cameras and everything else, like the minute that it kicks off and you're seen to be the aggressor in any way, you get what I'm saying? Like, the people that have got a narrative to draw for, they're going to use that narrative again, and they're going to say, well, you know what, defund the police, this needs reform, that needs reform. And that's not to say that it doesn't need reform. That's not to say that it doesn't need some change, yeah, from the top down or from the bottom up, whichever way you want to look at it. Do you get me? Yeah, inside out, whichever way, yeah. But it does need some kind of reform, some kind of and we spoke about this last week, innit? We spoke about ways for officers to be able to receive the mental help that they need, and to encourage those that don't use the services to use the services, and maybe to make the services even more better and more modern. And again, I'm not saying that I'm speaking from a position of experience or even knowledge in that sense, but it does seem that there's a lot of officers, I'm not going to say the majority, but there are a lot of officers walking around with a chip on their shoulder. You get me? So yeah, and there's reasons behind that. So they've got to get that out, so that it will enable people to be able to do the best job possible. Do you get what I'm saying? At the minute, I think in a lot of people's eyes, they ain't doing the best job possible. Do you get what I'm saying? Whether it be, you might look at and single out specific officers, but then imagine this: there's people that will turn around and say, if you're silent, you're what? Complicit. Do you get what I'm saying? So how many officers actually do, go and grass at their mates or report their mates for doing something that they know was illegal or know was wrong? How many really do? Do you get me? So yeah, that's a mad one. And I think it's, well, especially for the atheists and the anti-Islam gang, if you're going to hold them to that standard, you have to hold everything else to the same standard in that sense. Yeah, we can't be biased with it and just use it just because it's Islam. You have to then use it in the other categories that we talk about also. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's the same logic, same reasoning that goes by. And so we have to say, like, if we're going to talk about, oh, this says that in one book, and so, you man are this and that, rare. You get me? But not hold the same. You get me? When you see silent police officers, you get me? And so on and so forth. Yeah, it's the same thing, innit? Why ain't we not calling them out more? You get me? And saying, yo, what, go on, how come you're sitting down there and telling lies and not saying nothing? You get me? But we don't that. You get me? And I said, motion can hear sign language. So when you read some MSN, yeah, do you not read it in your own voice in your head? I'm sure sign language, you feel it in it, so it's almost like reading. So I guess you hear it. You get me? But yeah, what you mean? So you say Hassan, Mr. Lottie says, if you're not a criminal or someone with a bad attitude, the police will be respectful to you 99.9% of the time. It depends on what you class as respectful, because to some officers, asking a question about an issue or something can be seen to them as challenging what they class as their authority. Do you get what I'm saying? And that can start off another thing. And you can say that respectfully. Do you get what I'm saying? And people, yeah. So it just depends, man. It depends. But yeah, depending on what they're stopping you for as well. Again, like if they're stopping you because they feel like you're involved in certain kind of violent stuff and whatever, they're gonna come, or drug dealing and stuff, they're gonna come on you a lot harder and quicker, because the last thing they want to do is get poked, or for them to lose the evidence, or to give you the chance to get rid of the evidence. So the aim is to stop you from doing both of those things as quick as possible. Yeah. So it's just is what it is, man. It is what it is. Do you get me? But yeah, Mr. Lottie, they're still human, of course. But this is the thing, right? So we can say, yeah, they're still human, but at what point should then, okay, that humanity side of someone kick in then to say, well, actually, you know what? I've just watched this officer tell a lie on this young man. He didn't really do nothing like that, and that's not the truth. Yeah. And the point, that's the point I'm making. How many times, just because that officer spoke to somebody with respect yesterday, doesn't mean that tomorrow he's going to go up and say, well, actually, that's not true. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, nah, man, he's going to roll with the narrative that his colleague drops. You get me? Yeah, Hassan, it's true. It's important to report it, man. Very important to report it. You see what I'm saying? Big up, Mrs. Victory. Big up yourself. I mean, come on, MSN. Big up yourself. Yeah, Hassan says it's important. Yeah, man, definitely, Hassan. Use the process. Use the process. That's there. You get me? Use the process, because it's the only way. Yeah, you're gonna get change, or some kind of, even if it's recompense for whatever you've been through. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, use the process, and be aware of the processes, and be aware of your rights as well. Like, because again, like I said to you on occasions, and I've had experience of it, where you're just asking a question. You might just ask a simple question. You know what I'm saying? Then it escalates into something, and then you're just like, what's the matter with you? Like, and then depending on who you are as a person, no one's like, yeah, depending on who you are as a person, doesn't mean you're necessarily going to fight and kick off and whatever, but you're going to be like, yo, what's the matter with you? Like, what's your problem? You understand me? And that is seen as a challenge, yeah? And then it becomes something else. Now, if you're in a position where you already seemingly have the power, right, in terms of the law, in that sense, then why do you need to try to force either your masculinity or show even more of your power, or what you perceive to be your power in any given situation? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you see it, like people say, deal with them a certain way and they deal with you a certain way. But years ago, how did people talk about the feds back in the days? Were they not different people? Were they not in their communities more? Were they not part of their communities more that they were patrolling? Did they not have a certain decorum about them? Do you know what I'm saying? This is all gone. All that's gone. You don't see that no more. Do you know what I'm saying? So in that sense, yeah. And some of them are just little flipping idiots that are scared So they get into these situations and they're like, right, what if he's got a knife? What if he's got a knife? Okay, cool, I'm gonna go in hard. Do you get me? I got my back up. Do you know what I'm saying? So they just go in overexcited. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't even want to talk about them out cold kids there are. Yeah, I ain't even want to talk about that. Yeah, so they're all up anyway. That's another story. You get me? But yeah, yo, Mr. Lottie, do you know what? Again, like I said this the other day, like I've had crap experiences with them, but I've also had good experience. I don't class it as a good experience, but I've had experiences that were not crap. Do you get what I'm saying? I've had experiences where, you know, I explained it the other day, like, but I was speeding, blatantly speeding. You get what I'm saying? They just didn't have nothing to document my speed. Do you get what I'm saying? But at the same time, he could have carried on with something and didn't. You get me? So yeah, man, it is what it is, man. It just depends, innit? Depends on who you get on the day, the time, like all the circumstances have to be a certain way for you to be um either treated good or treated bad. Either way, right? It's all dependent on circumstances. Like um I can't predict if I'm gonna get stopped or not, but I can't predict who's gonna stop me and what kind of attitude and mindset they're gonna have. So I will just be like, yeah, whatever. I'll just be like normal. Do you get what I'm saying? Until someone behaves a certain way. If they don't behave a certain way, I don't need to act anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't need to question anything. So I just get on with it. Do you get what I'm saying? And so yeah, at times I can't understand when people say, "Oh, just get on with it. If you just do this and this, then so on and so forth." But at the same time, we don't know how many times that person's been stopped over the last few days, how many different weeks, or even by that said officer or different people. Do you get what I'm saying? We don't know what they've gone through for them to be feeling that frustration. So yeah, it's easy to say, "Oh yeah, if you just behave a certain way, so on and so forth, it's all good." But yeah, it's an inconvenience, isn't it? And I don't think there's anything wrong with letting somebody know that it's an inconvenience, especially if it's something stupid. Do you get what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that's just is what it is, man. Is what it is. So yeah, I'm waiting for a few people to jump on, yeah, especially the Jupiters and the Wendy's. I'd like to be chatting to them on the big subject car. I know it's something that, and also more females, to be fair. Like as women, this affects you lot, and I want to get your perspective and your thoughts on what's been put out there over the last week or so, and yeah, and see what I go on and chop up that. You get me? Because like I said, man, when I put out the picture that I put up in a minute, yeah, when I'm gonna put it up, you'll understand where I'm going. You get me? But yeah, so let me go into another thing that I was seeing today actually. So where is it? Oh yeah, so there's a bill that's coming out. Yeah, I said bill. Legislation, a piece of legislation that's coming out to talk about severance deals. So you know, like these big fat cats have been like NHS bosses and so on and so forth. They get sacked for poor performance and then get like 500, 400 grand payments. Yeah, and then like 6 months later, they're in like another job that's like 200 grand a month. I mean, a year and all that kind of foolishness. Like, so apparently, what they're planning to do, what they're called is golden handshakes. So they're talking about planning to limit golden handshakes so that these fat cat bosses don't get these big payoffs. So here's a few of them, yeah, that went through. So former Northumberland Council Chief Stephen Mason was given 370 grand payoff, and 4 months later got a job at South Tees Hospital, yeah, on 180 grand a year. And then it goes Slough's chief executive Roger Parkin got 142 grand severance and early pension payments of nearly 340 grand. Taxpayers Alliance boss John O'Connell said the clampdown was the least taxpayers expect. He said the rules need to ensure top mandarins and town hall bosses can't slip through with legal loopholes. A consultation on the change is expected to be unveiled in Rishi Sunak's long-term money-raising plans on Tuesday, dubbed Tax Day. So, yeah, Tax Day. Do you hear that? Tax Day on Tuesday. Yeah, be aware. Like literally, you don't have to watch the whole thing, but make sure you get a gist of what is being planned for you for the future, for the short and mid-term. You get me? Go and check out what's been planned for you. Don't hear it and think, it's politics, and let me just not watch it. You get me? Yeah. Be ahead of the game. Be ahead of the game. You know what I'm saying? Don't fail to prep. Get me? Get in there from early. Watch the damn thing and understand what they're saying. And if you don't understand it, use Google. Do you know what I'm saying? If they're using words you don't know, get a thesaurus, get a dictionary, find the meanings, find a different way to understand the words. But whatever you do, yeah, don't let these conversations just go over your head or just go by the by, like, and you're just like, you don't know what's going on. Do you get me? And then when they come out with these things, you're going to sit down there and flipping act surprised and then attribute it to something else or one of your conspiracy theories. Do you get me? Allow it, man. Get yourself educated up from early out, man, and stop the foolishness. Do you know what I'm saying? Because these things are always planned. They're always had conversations about them. Yeah. Just that we don't pay attention to them. Do you know what I'm saying? Don't pay attention to them. Don't watch them. Don't listen to what they're saying. Yeah. And then sit down and be like, they're rare, and rare. If you know what they're talking about, you can write to your MPs, you can flip and do your own petitions. Yeah. You get a petition for the right cause, 100,000 signatures. Yeah. And it's a question in the Houses of Parliament. Do you get what I'm saying? It's what you're supposed to do. Start using your voice. Start dictating, you and your people and people that are like-minded, start dictating what they talk about. It's that simple. Start dictating what they talk about. Use the pen. Get me? They say the pen is mightier than the sword. Get me? Use it. We're seeing that now, innit? Now it's not even the pen. It's the flipping keypad. Get me? But yeah, get yourself in there, get yourself listening and understanding what they're saying is going to happen in the future. Do you get what I'm saying? And when I say the future, it will be the immediate future. Don't think, it's not important. It will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. Nah, this will be implemented over the next quarter. Do you get what I'm saying? And beyond that, over the next year, these things will be implemented and a few will be the year after. Get me? You see they're raising council tax bills already. Yeah. So pay attention, you get me? Pay attention so you know what's coming. Get your mind right, get yourself set up. Get your head in the right space to be able to deal with what's coming. Because the worst thing you can do in this climate now is be unprepared. Get me? Don't be unprepared, people. That unpreparedness, is what sets you back. Yeah, you don't have an advantage. You get me? They have an advantage because they use the system. Get me? Learn to use the thing, man. Get me? I know some man will say, "Bun Babylon, bun this, bun that." Listen, wash your hair. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. You get me? Pay attention. You see what I'm saying? Man, I'm watching YouTube videos, bro. Part of the Parliament channel on YouTube. It's easy. Literally. Just search out Parliament channel, search out Prime Minister's question, search it all. You get me? It will all come up. That's it. You get me? Get in the knowledge, man, and see what I go on. Because they're discussing things. And you and I, or not so much me, but we, I'm going to say as a collective, we are sitting down and not knowing what they're discussing. You get what I'm saying? And then we come on here and we come on these panels now and start chatting shit. You get me? All kinds of theories and that. Listen, man. Educate yourself, man. Go get it from the horse's mouth. You see what I'm saying? Go get it from the horse's mouth. Go and sit down and see what they're debating and how much important issues have only got a handful of politicians, or MPs, should I say, in the place. You get me? But when it comes to things like their pay rise, they're all there. You get me? All there. They make sure they're there when it comes to pay rise and them thing there. You get me? But certain issues now they don't want to be there for. It's mad. That's why you got to pay attention, because you got MP. We all got MPs. If you live in the UK, you got an MP. Yeah. So you can write to him. Most of them are on flipping social media. Worse off. Like, a man's got counsellor from where I am. Yeah. And listen, you see when he posts his thing, I put it on him. You get me? He don't get away with it. Not at all. Don't post no fucking, don't, excuse my French, don't post no crap to be like, we done this. You get me? I'm like, yeah, but you did this too. And you did this. And he comes with his excuses about this and this. And then he starts talking about other politics, other parties and stuff like that, and other councillors. And I'm like, no, I'm talking about you, brother. Get me? Let's leave that behavior to other people. Let's leave that to the educated. You're supposedly educated. The last thing you're not going to do is divert attention to someone else. Get me? But yeah, so you got to do, man. Put it on them when you see that these big issues are going on, like punishments and stuff like that for sex offenders and child sex offenders. And you see there's a small amount of MPs there. Write to your MP. At him on Twitter. You get me? Tag him on Facebook. Most of them are a part of these community groups as well now. Do you get me? That are on Facebook and stuff like that. Tag him. Say to him, yo, why weren't you there talking about this thing here? You get me? What, is this not important to you? You know what I'm saying? Use your voice, man. Use your voice. You get me? Use your voice. Like, you can't be sitting down no more being like, oh, yeah, man's not into this thing. Like, listen, man, you're grown folk. Get me? If you don't do it from now and start doing it and taking ownership and making them work for you, yeah, in that sense. And obviously we know there's people with money and stuff like that. But at the same time, you can get your little bit, man. You can't overhaul the thing, but you can get your little bits here and there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Gurdeep saying, man. Sometimes you're up against things and you think, right, man can't beat that. How am I gonna beat that? But you can beat that, man. You might not beat the whole system, but you can win your little victory. You get me? Win your victory, people, but you need to know like what you can and can't do to be able to win your victory. There's no point going into some situations not knowing what you can and can't do and expecting to win your victory. That ain't happening. Do you get me? You think Jose Mourinho won all them trophies because he just concentrated on him? Nah, man, he was watching what other people were doing too. And what they were planning. That's how you beat it. You get me? That's how you get one step ahead. Man are sitting here playing catch up. For what? Because man don't want to watch politics because they speak a language man don't like. Man, come out your feelings and your stupidness, man. Watch the damn thing, man, and understand what's going on with. Get me? Yeah, kind of man them on YouTube ain't fucking dictating nothing in your life. You get me? Nothing. Unless you're a little follower of man, you get me? And watch the thing and understand what they're going and plan for you and yours. You get me? That's it. That's what I'm gonna say on that, man. But yeah, tax day on Tuesday. Yeah, go and pay attention to that shit. You get me? Don't let it go by. And next week, I'm talking to you, man, about it, and none of you don't know nothing about what they're talking about. I'll be real disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Get yourselves on that, man. Get yourselves educated on that shit. You get me? And see what's going on. But yeah. Mad. Get me? Mad. So yeah, people, what do you think, Gurdeep, about the defense behavior in the lockdown protests and at the vigil? What did you think about it? Do you think they was over the top? I know, like, they're being obviously they're being told they did a shit job with the vigil thing. Do you get me? But what do you think of that, knowing that it got infiltrated by these groups? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is not the issue that these groups flipping latched onto this thing to drop their propaganda. Because as far as I'm concerned, like as an outsider sitting down there, yeah, I'm looking at it like, okay, cool. So if you know that BLM and Tifa and other groups are there, yeah, you know what the potential for them to do is, right? And you also know that there's going to be innocent people that is going to be caught in the crossfire of whatever they choose to do at whatever time, yeah. So what do? Do you try and nip it in the bud early, yeah, and unsettle a few, or do you wait till it grows and grows and grows and then have to come with even more affirmative action and then literally just turn the people straight against you in that sense? Isn't it better that in that sense that you've got the few being like, oh, it was shit, they didn't deal with it right, and whatever, and the majority saying, well, actually, we can see that this faction here was there and that faction was there, and so on and so forth. Like, which one would you guys would say is better? You get me? Which one would you say is better? And what would be the knock-on effects of them let it happen? Would they get the same reaction from, for example, the freedom for freedom for Britons, and them man there? What would they get the same reaction as they did with other protests and things that they don't agree with and that they've got something to talk about? Skyworks asks a big question still. I like that question. Big up yourself, Skyworks. Do you think your consciousness is an evolving state of mind developing on the information you absorb and process? Ooh, consciousness. How are we defining consciousness, as a whole or consciousness as consciousness in individual aspects? So looking at for example, my consciousness to do with in terms of myself and who I am, that will evolve over time naturally, and that comes with either both maturity and learning, definitely. So consciousness of self is one, definitely, that I could say is I think it's constantly evolving, or should constantly evolve, I believe, in that sense. And yeah, that is based on what we see, what we learn, and what we absorb, what we allow ourselves to absorb. Because obviously there's things that we see and that we learn that we don't allow ourselves to totally should I say not absorb, but get immersed in that sense. So we can absorb it, but we don't let ourselves get immersed because it's maybe not for us, or not something that we're totally interested in, but you might have, in that sense. But yeah, definitely consciousness should evolve constantly, especially consciousness of self. Self-conscious is a term that is, I think, totally undervalued, underappreciated, and one that many people don't get. And we see it on the panels, yeah? We see it when we get people told about behaviors that they do, and they don't evolve. You know what I'm saying? So there's a level of ignorance, yeah, maybe a level of what can I say? Maybe people may feel they're better than the person that's telling them about what they could potentially evolve on. Do you know what I'm saying? But there's levels, right? So yeah, definitely evolving your consciousness, important. Even if it's consciousness of self, consciousness of others is a bonus. And if you want to live a happy life and stuff like that, and be a sociable person and live amongst people, then yeah, definitely consciousness of others and other people's feelings and stuff like that. And I don't mean that you must be some total empath and cry at every little situation and so on and so forth, or get angry because someone told you something that will make you angry. I'm not saying that. But yeah, be open-minded to other people's opinions, stances, you know, and their perspectives. Yeah, it's all about perspective, you know. And so yeah, that's what we see, man. Skyrex, that's a good question, man. Real good question. Do you get what I'm saying? You should jump on, man. You should jump on and elaborate with that car. Yeah, these are the questions that we need to be asking. You get me? You see what I'm saying? Questions we need to be asking about our own selves, our consciousness. Is your consciousness evolving? Are you a better person every day? It don't matter how crap you think you are, like, or crap you think you've been. Like, make the effort to just be a better person today and the next day and the next day, or to do something better. Do you get me? Consciously do something better. Doesn't necessarily mean be a better person, because there's going to be people out there are good people anyway. Do you get what I'm saying? And who am I to tell you that you could be better or whatever? I'm not. That's not down to me to tell you. Do you get me? That's down to you. Do you see what I'm saying? And taking what you've learned over your life and what people have told you and the advice you've got over life, you get me? And see if you can evolve. Try. You get me? Try. You get me? Simple. Go deep. Always half full. Always half full. You get me? That's the stance you gotta take. You get what I'm saying? It's not easy. I'm not even gonna turn around and say that I'm half full all the time. You get what I'm saying? But it is something that you should try to make a conscious effort to do and be that half full kind of person. Cause yeah, man, it's not over till it's over, and it's not over till you give up. You get me? Trust me, it's not over till you give up. Like, when I studied sports psychology, there's a lot of cases that you end up like reviewing and kind of like going over and, you know, doing case studies with and stuff like that, and you start to go into the mindset of people and things like that, and you're getting people that became Olympic champions that couldn't walk. And I'm talking no Olympic champion in like marathon and stuff, like Olympic champion in like high jump. Like, imagine not being able to walk and then going and winning a high jump. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, understand the power of your mind, people. Like, it's crazy, and it can elevate you. Do you get what I'm saying? It can elevate you if you let it, but we're stunting it. You get me? Don't stunt your mind. Don't stunt your growth. You see what I'm saying? Open your eyes up. Get other perspectives. Do you get me? You can change your perception on things. You know what I'm saying? It would definitely stop us from coming around flipping these paddles, chatting shit about conspiracies. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and all that kind of rubbish. Yeah, and then coming and telling man, like, trust me, I've done my research. Like, really, trust me, I've done my research, you know. That's a mad thing. Get me? But yeah, why are you lot on Hector? Why are you lot on Hector, man? Yo, big up Hector, man. What happened to you lot? Love Hector, man. Hector's bossy out here. Get me? You man just jealous because all the sisters don't want Hector. You get me? You lot can't get the sisters because they all love Hector. That's why you lot hate Hector. Get me? Louder, brother. But yeah, big up Hector in the place. How you mean? Get me? Original Gallus. Come on. So yeah, alright. Let me message this bonehead quickly and see what he's going on with. Because I want his topic to come up, because it's kind of like what he's talking about was kind of like, yeah, interesting. And I wanted to see if allow it. I wanted to investigate it a little bit more, you get me? And see what was going on in the thing. You get me? Let me just send him a little voice note. You know how we do this thing. Yeah, peeps. I said don't give him an inch, you know. Allow it. Yeah, I said Sunday judgment, you know. Hey, go deep. Hey, go deep in that. You're too bad, you know. Come on. You see what I'm saying? Yo, big up, big up, big up.
Wagwan.
Yo, SHIFFA.
You good? Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, G.
Oh, I see nothing. What's good, man?
They are B. They are just
Which topic
chatting.
is that for?
Well, to be fair, man was rapping about I was just reading out some little bits in the paper, and obviously they were talking about tax day, yeah, on Tuesday, yeah, where all these kind of, let me get it back up again, because I was like, what? Where is he? Rishi Sunak. Where is she thing there?
Yeah, Wagwan for Rishi, talk to me. What happened to Rishi?
So basically, man said, SHIFFA, what kind of zoot you call that? Love it.
Who said that?
Fucking Gertie. But listen, Gertie, it's my G, you know. Listen.
What did Jody say?
He said, what kind of zoobie is that?
Okay,
So
but you can't even see my zoobies, you know. You're there talking about man zoobies, like, you know, man zoobies, you know.
So it says it was the end of basically, yeah. They're talking about bringing in a law, yeah, to stop bosses of major companies and things like that, the NHS, that get sacked for poor performance from getting these like $250,000, $500,000 payouts, and then 6 months later ending up in jobs that are like 200 grand a year and so on and so forth, yeah, and stuff like that. So they're trying to put a curb on that, but there's some plans they're going to be unveiled on Tuesday, and they've dubbed it Tax Day because it's going to be surrounding the taxation. And I think they're going to do some things to appease the call for people where people have been saying, listen, how comes these big corporations are not paying as much tax as they should, and so on and so forth. So I definitely think they're going to start doing little things to appease that within reason. I don't think it's going to be some big overhaul whatsoever. I genuinely do always think that. Go on.
Can I be honest with you? In my opinion on this, what we're moving towards is a world where it's not going to be the same as the one before. You know, like people getting a job and having a job and going out, doing normal stuff, how we thought was normal. There's going to be a new, that's around the corner. Like when you look, like, for instance, now, people on benefits, what did they do? They made a new thing. They called it universal credit. You don't even have to go nowhere and see no one again now. You can just sit in your yard, talk to the computer. That's the whole design. Yeah. When, you know, there's people out there that are manipulating and monopolizing all of the resources and everything that's of value in the world. And they're putting us in boxes and giving us a little chunk and saying, hold that, shut your mouth. But because we've got all our creature comforts, we're willing to accept it as people now in these types of societies. So, you know, look at the Chinese, like they're the model. Do you know what I'm trying to say for the future? That's how I look at it. And then when we look at it like that now, it's like, okay, like really and truthfully, you know, we would say that we're living in a democracy and, you know, we've got parliament and all of these things, but really we're living in feudalism, B. You know, we're still living under kings and queens, lords and knights and barons and dukes and duchesses. That's what we're living under. But
I'm not gonna lie, there was an article today in because obviously, you know, I deliver the papers in the morning, innit? So I get to see quite a lot of the headlines that come up in it. And there was an article about I think it's 85 peers that are obviously sitting in the House of Lords that are there through just through heritage.
That's
Nothing
right.
more. That are just through heritage. So these people were major parts in changing decisions in our lives and stuff like that. And yet they're just there through blood, basically.
That's right. That's right.
And in which case, they're not royal. They're not royal. So what gives them the right to monopolize?
Hold up. When you say they're not royal, you have to understand the establishment. Yeah.
So, no, I understand the establishment, but I understand the establishment. Let me just finish. I understand the establishment, but more people have some fire in their belly for this bullshit.
Ah, for fuck's sake. No, but what I'm saying to you, like, people ain't gonna have fire in their belly for it because they're part of it. And the ones who don't know they're part of it, you know, they're just blind, innit? They're just like, you're just a civilian who got caught up in the rapture and you weren't really paying attention to what was going on. But those who know, who really know, that when you go in the army, you're serving the Queen, you're serving your country. So now you understand, like, all of these different lords and dukes and whatever, they have their own land. They got their own army, their own money in it, but they have to protect the Queen. Do you understand? So, you know, the Duke of Westminster, he owns Westminster. You can't have Sainsbury's in Westminster without him getting a cut. You can't have Marks and Spencer. None of them things. No hotel can't exist in the Westminster without the Duke of Westminster getting a cut. So before you've even begun to do business or even opened up your local shop or your boutique, whatever it is you're going to do, you're already paying him a cut. There's no way he can lose. And this is what people don't understand. So when we say, we're living in a democracy and that, no, it's not a level playing field, because you've got dukes, duchesses, lords, and, you know, knights and all sorts of people with mad amounts of money that they're just given. You know, who gave the Duke of Westminster his land? You know, like that. So, like, how can it ever be a level playing field? Forget about racism, because racism's like, you know, this is the poor man's game, where they've tried to give us loads of little balls to chase. You know, like a dog, you give the dog a ball and you chase the ball around, innit? And when they get bored of the ball, you have a chewy toy and you squeeze it, it makes a noise, then you chase that one. That's exactly what we're doing with all this racism and foolishness. When there's people making decisions that change our lives, and we ain't got no say in what they only say we got is the vote, but they choose what we vote on. So imagine that.
Come on, man.
That's how madness.
Really, but this is what this is what I was saying earlier about using the platforms that are afforded to us. When these situations are being debated and your MP's not there, ask them why they're not there. Why are you not there talking about and putting your vote to protecting our children? Why? Why is it not important to you? Do you get what I'm saying? Why is it? Why? You know, you have to ask these questions of your politicians. You get what I'm saying? You're the people that put them there. Do you get what I'm saying? And if you didn't,
you have to ask the question of the people who's voting for them. Because think about it like this: I can tell you, this week there was an article in the newspaper about giving paedophiles longer sentences, and Labour voted against it. So if Labour is voting against it,
wait. Pause. So say it again, please, slowly, so the people then can hear. The Conservatives, who put the bill forward? The Conservatives?
I don't know who put the bill forward. Somebody put it. The thing is, when we say the bill forward, it probably came, you know, from somewhere. Someone proposed that they should extend the laws, for paedophiles to get longer sentences, to extend their sentences, not the law, extend their sentences, And Labour voted against it. Whoever put it in, I don't know. But I just know that Labour voted against it. And then what they done was, they made up all this foolishness about, women are under attack and, men are to blame and all of this crap. That's the distraction, So we're always playing cat and mouse with these people. We never really know their true intentions unless we're paying attention.
So was the bill put forward last year?
No, it was put forward this year and they voted against it.
Wait, one sec. Let me get it up. Hansardparliament.co.uk. That's what I was saying to you, man. Let me get this thing popping.
I got the article. I've still got the newspaper. I won't throw it away.
Okay, say nothing then. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's basically the debate was resumed. So they started off talking about the Sarah Everhard case, as they would, because it's
of course they would.
You get me? And then obviously the speaker then says, right, order, we are moving on, basically. So Sajid Javid was the person who says, I rise to support the second reading of this bill. I am particularly pleased that it delivers on 3 promises that I made in 2 departments: stronger police powers and a new criminal offence around unauthorised traveller camps put in. Okay, please comment on the statute. Given the short time I have, I will focus my remarks on child sexual abuse and exploitation. I want to leave members in no doubt that we are facing an epidemic in child sexual abuse, the severity of which has left me crushed at times. Although the government are doing outstanding work, it is clear that there is still inadequacies and blind spots. Fucking hell. Yeah, all right, mate. Come on, man. Enabling predators to operate undetected for decades. That is why, for the best part of a year, I have been leading an inquiry into child sexual abuse and exploitation with the Centre for Social Justice. Although the findings will not be published until later this month, I am grateful that the Home Secretary and the Justice Secretary have taken an interest in this work and have included some of the initial recommendations in the bill. I am particularly pleased that the bill will close a loophole in the law that allows sports coaches and other people in positions of trust to have sex with 16 and 17-year-olds who are in their care. I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Chatham and Elsford, says Tracy Crouch, for the excellent work she did to bring that about. I also welcome the fact that those serving an SOPC sentence for offenders of particular concern for a child sex offence will be made to serve 2/3 of their sentence before they are eligible for parole. These changes will make a difference, but we need to go further. It is difficult to believe that only 4% of child sexual abuse offences result in a charge or summons. To put that another way, when the police record a child sexual abuse offence, more than 9 times out of 10 the perpetrator is not brought to justice, or that sentencing guidelines recommend the same punishment for stealing a bicycle worth £500. Yeah. And he goes on to say, lenient sentences make poor deterrence, and they say to victims that society does not take the damage that is done to them seriously enough. That is why I urge the government to consider 3 further measures. First, including online offences in the SOPC scheme. Secondly, move into a presumption of cumulative sentencing. And thirdly, asking the Sentencing Council to undertake a full review. It is only when we take the scourge of child sexual abuse seriously that we will start to make sure that the punishment truly fits the crime. Oh my God. So Alan Dorrans from Ayer and Carrick, his SNP, again starts off with the condolences of Sarah Everard, and then goes on to say, the House has heard many passionate speeches objecting to certain aspects of the bill that impose disproportionate restrictions on our freedom of expression and right to protest. Those are fundamental human rights and a cornerstone of a democracy, and they must be protected. Anyway, why are you talking shit about other stuff for? Okay. Chapter 1 of the bill deals with the duties to collaborate and plan to prevent and reduce serious violence. Specifically, it places a legal duty on local authorities. He's not even talking about that. Anyway, move on. Okay, yeah, the speaker shut him down. So yeah, basically he's looking like the Conservatives are actually pushing the bill, in particular Sajid Javid and Tracy Crouch. Oh, he's going at the government.
Can I be honest, almost?
Go on.
I think they're all a bunch of paedophiles. I don't care who's pushing the bill. But really and truthfully, when we know that we live in a world where a man can get a longer sentence for possession of drugs, yeah, not hurting no one, ain't fibbing paedophile no one, but a man can get a longer sentence for that than fucking. Do you know what? Sorry, excuse my swearing. Sorry, didn't mean to. But do you see where I'm coming from with that? Yeah, a man would get a longer sentence for stealing money. Do you know, like that? And stupidness like that. But this guy has ruined someone's life. And he's going to paedophile someone and go jail for 3 years and come out to do it again.
If that.
And then they say that the government's not supporting them. The government's definitely supporting it. They should be getting the 10 years, not the flipping the heroin guy or whoever. They should be getting the same or worse sentence.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? That man are getting the same sentences for stealing the £500 bike.
Do you understand?
You know what I'm saying? So that's the value of our children's life in that sense. And then you've got people. So basically, yeah, imagine this year that was brought up by Sajid Javid at 3:02 p.m. Yeah, at 3:21, yeah, at 3:21, the deputy speaker, yeah, Mr. Nigel Evans, then has to go on and say, order, we are moving on. Sorry, I am terribly sorry, we have to move on. Yeah. So at 3:21, at 3:03, Sajid Javid made the statement and said he's going to stick to that subject. And they deflected, started talking about women and women's rights and safety for women and men being animals. And listen to this. This monster of a bill includes the word women 0 times in 295 pages. Yet statutes, war memorials, and monuments are mentioned multiple times. So this is obviously about protest and stuff like that also, yeah? So there's these bills about protest and gatherings that they're trying to make and put through. But the one that was brought through, in my eyes, yeah, the most detrimental to our young people, yeah, for 18 minutes, yeah, gets ignored. Ignored. Absolutely ignored. And the speaker sits there for 18 minutes and lets the drivel go on. And I don't mean to belittle the situation. I don't mean to belittle the situation, yeah, to the women and that. I don't mean to cause offense. But, and I say this, but there is a flipping situation going on where people are not getting sentenced nowhere near enough, if at all, for absolutely abhorrent crimes. Yeah. And the one thing we can say is these men convicted of these things are going away for life. These
But
police
come on, you
officers
think
they've
it's just men
convicted.
doing it?
But no,
They,
but
listen,
the point I'm saying to you is, if this is the argument they have, this police officer will go away for life. He will be put down, yeah, on the level, not so much on the level, but he will be the Sutcliffe in that
that's
level
right.
because of the notoriety of the case. Do you understand me? So he
Yeah.
will go away for life. What we're talking about is these children being abused and their lives being effed up, yeah, and them unable to have relationships, all different kinds of things. And for 18 minutes, they speak on this narrative, and the speaker lets them.
No, but why do you think that is, Moshe? At the end of the day, these people are all involved in it. All of them have got a hand in it, innit? Or they got a brethren who's doing the pedophiling, yeah? So, you know, the women are just as much complicit, you know? How many cases do you think where people, their children are getting pedophiled? The woman knew what was happening. She didn't say nothing, X, Y, Z. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, this is a problem that is rife within British society. And they don't want to deal with it because people, you know, they've got their habits. You know, like smokers, they smoke. They will never stop smoking. They might hide it. They might not do it in certain places. They might not do it at work, but they're still doing it. You feel where I'm coming from? So that's the real reality of what we're living in, man. That's their habit. You know, like, for instance, weed heads smoke weed. Yeah. Then you got like crackheads, and then you got pedophiles. It's a habit that they've got. They can't escape this. That's their drug. That's their go-to. You know what I'm trying to say? And then, you know, the way it's hidden and the way it's, you know, documented throughout the police and whatever, it's just messed up, bro. Because a man will get 3 years and they will know that it's possible that he's probably done more, but they're not going to go and tear up all of this guy's history. You know, half of these kids ain't going to talk. Half of the families that were involved, they're going to keep them quiet anyway. So it's like, you know, there's a big conspiracy going on here, bro. For our government, especially to be say, all right, and this ain't just British government. This is like many governments. Like, I'm not going to start calling them all out. I'm just going to say this is a worldwide problem where, you know, the government is focused on every other issue, but they don't focus on that one. Why is that? That don't make sense. You know, people are getting big sentences for teething, but these guys are getting 3 years, 2 years, 6 months, suspended sentence. That don't make no sense, bro.
That's right, Hassan. We were talking about the other day, about the narratives and people pushing. Laws are made for establishment to protect themselves, and this is what I was saying the other day. Like, yes, they do. Listen, they're vultures. They snatch on any cause to just literally jump on and to make money. And this is why people say, like, you people moan about things like adverts with black people in it for Christmas and that, and you don't understand. These people are trying to tap in to the billions of pounds that comes in revenue. You understand me? From the same communities. Do you get what I'm saying?
Of course.
Billions.
Of course.
They're trying to tap into that. So it's literally just all about money. You get me? Don't think, oh, they're trying to make the white man go away and they're trying to get rid of the white family. No, they're trying to tap into money, wealth.
Resources, and people are a resource.
Come on, man. Come on, man. They're trying to buy into what's relevant and they think that's a relevant thing in today's society. And so, what do? Let's appeal to those people. Do you get me? Why do you think they started stacking, flipping Asda and all that? You go to one of the aisles, they got the world foods because they're trying to appeal to everyone and get that money in.
It's not even just appeal, it's about dependency, innit? We as people, we've become dependent, innit? Like, I kind of had this conversation with Jedi them the other day still, but that's the truth of it. We're so dependent, you know, those creature comforts we can't live without. And we've got to a stage now where it's like, unless we're going to re-educate ourselves in manufacturing our own stuff. You know, like back in the day, man used to go to the arcade. Remember the arcade, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you remember them days there, not everyone had a console in their house. But them days there, if you was a man who had enough money, you could buy your own arcade machines. You could even have it in your chip shop, have it or arcade machine. People come pay a little money to play it. Because you could buy the licensing to do it. But you see now, like, everything's a monopoly now, innit? You can't buy that licensing no more. In fact, Nintendo came in and just created a monopoly. They said, you know what? We're going to make it so everyone can have the thing in their house. And then after Nintendo, then you got PlayStation, Xbox, but that was the whole idea. It was all monopoly to stop you from being able to do it yourself. Because imagine in like the 90s and stuff, Americans were still making games. America don't make games no more. It's all Japanese now and Chinese now. But there was a time when they would have got their own designers. They probably would have paid a Chinese or a Japanese guy to design our game for us because it was feasible to do. Yeah. Like they used to take the games and modify the Japanese one and make an American version and shit like that. But you do it now, it's going to be copyright. They're going to take it to court. They're going to do all sorts of things. It's all been done, innit? So they know what people are doing, innit? Like, and they understand that if you have the ability to manufacture your own components and make your own Nintendo, you don't need them. You're no longer dependent. You know what I'm trying to say? But then it doesn't allow the system to grow. Like, for instance, when you look at the growth in industry, that's what the growth in industry is based on. It's based on trapping everyone so that even if you're your own company, you're your own entity, then you still work for the country. So eventually your information is going to be shared among everyone else. There's no way out of it. You know? That's it, done and dusted, isn't it? And even if it's not going to be shared immediately, at some point it will, because, you know, you may own your company in theory, but in reality, you know, your company's owned by the company.
All right, so listen to this then. Listen to this then. Watch how I piggyback off what you said. I'm going to bring up someone, and a statement he made, And this is someone that's been characterized and typecasted and portrayed as absolutely mad. And maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't know, I'm not here to judge anyone, But this is something that Kanye West said, about the fashion industry, a while back, and saying, look, there's enough money and enough bread for all of us. Why is it there's only certain houses that run the whole of fashion? And for you to become an independent person, you have to still go through them. So you're never really independent. Do you get me? And you
no, I totally get it. But when they say, like, you can't say Kanye is mad. You have to say Kanye, you know, to an extent, maybe he's part of that establishment. So maybe he's just saying things to make himself look a certain way. But it's still unpicking the veil, innit? Because that is the reality. You know, you're part of a conglomerate, innit? So you could own your little building company, but there's only X amount of building projects to do in this country this year. And you know who owns all the land and all it? You understand? So them people there, come on.
It's major companies getting work. And if it's not the major companies, because what's happening is as well, people don't realize, a lot of finance in building, especially in London, has been from outside investment.
Of course it is, because the only way anyone's building anything is like, for instance, then you got the like I said, you got like dukes and lords or whatever who own the land, innit? So if someone wants to build houses, it has to get approved through the council what they own. You understand? When it's approved, now you can build it or whatever. But you're not building unless they approve it, because they've got it has to be beneficial to them, innit?
Yeah. And that's the thing, innit? Like, people say this. England and UK is one of the few places where you can own the land, but not be able to build on it.
That's right. You can't build on it because it has to be beneficial to them. You can't go and buy a piece of land and build a better house than the Lord who lives you know, in your region, because you're gonna be pissed off. You're gonna say, no, that house can't go up. No, sir, I'm the Lord around here. You understand?
Come on, man.
Or it's gonna be his house, isn't it?
Yeah. Because I'm driving, like I said, like some of the little drives I go on, man, I see bare land for sale. And I'm like, but this, why these people ain't take this and this and that, ain't take this and that, and these people that are around it. And the reason is because they take the land, there's value in the land, but to make profit off the land, like, and still own it, like, people just got the land sitting there, using it for like things like making people build scrap yards and stuff like that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is the problem, Motion. You can't have a monopoly if you're gonna let people do their own thing. Sorry, go on.
No, so what basically what will happen is that,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. So basically what will happen is that in the future, that area that I was talking about, yeah, it is building up, innit? They're building houses. So at some point they're gonna start bringing in the cost cutters and the Sainsbury's and the Tesco Expresses and all those things. And that's what's gonna happen. And that land will go to those corporations and those businesses.
Yep.
But the little man, that's self-made, that can probably buy that land and wants to build on it. He won't get that. You know what I'm saying? His pockets ain't deep.
No, but there's a reason. There's a reason, Motion. Like for instance, you can't just be Alan Sugar. You have to be Sir Alan Sugar. Do you understand? Once you get to a certain point of wealth, you're now part of the conglomerate. You become part of the club, the boys' club or the girls' club or whatever it is that you're part of. That is part of their establishment. There's no way out of it.
So where does that, what amount is it that you get to then, that gets you to that club? I've heard some figures banded about before, and I've heard that there's different clubs for different levels. Do you know what I'm saying? And
to an extent, but the thing is, you could have money and still not be part of those clubs, innit? But you wouldn't be known like that. You're not going to have that kind of reputation. You're not going to have that type of power behind you. Because money is power, but you know, people is power too. There's many different facets of power. It's not just money. Money is one of them. You feel me? And then you have to understand, even if you've got money, you ain't really got the power. Who's got the power is whose face is printed on the money. Let's be honest about this.
Well, yeah. Or the people that print that money, actually, to be fair.
Yeah, you see it.
The people that print that money for interest. To Britain, like Britain don't own.
All right. But whose faces are on money? Royalty, people like who? Winston Churchill, government people. That's the kind of presidents and prime ministers. That's the kind of people you're going to see on money, because they're all part of the conglomerate. There's a small conglomerate of people that run the world, and they're not going to relinquish the power, innit? You're going to say that's why people have to suffer, because someone has to suffer for someone else to gain.
Would you relinquish the power? Or would you
in reality, I don't think I'd want that power anyway. I prefer,
Yeah, cutting up.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I was saying I'd want a world that's a bit more equal, but I understand the concept. You know, the concept is The Walking Dead. If you ever watch The Walking Dead, you know, when there's no law, there's no police, and everyone can do their own thing. Some different people start trying to take power, and people are warring and killing each other up. So, I understand the implications, of them not seizing the power, but then I still understand the implications of, how it's used. Because with great power comes great responsibility, and these people, of them, they're not being very responsible with their powers, and it's affecting people's lives in drastic ways.
Well, and that's the thing, right? It's people's lives, and this is the thing that it didn't shock me, because I can't say shock, but it made me think, right, on this House of Lords things, and the peerage and stuff like that. And obviously there was a scandal years back of the peerage for cash and things like that, and it's like reading it or even glimpsing it as a headline and looking at it, just skimming the article quickly, and I'm like, wow, like there's so much, or so little experience of the real world, I'm gonna say. Do you get me? I'm gonna say so little experience of the real world within those walls. That it's only natural that the decisions that are made for us are not are not going to be suitable for us. It's only natural because these people don't live the life that we live.
Now you're
Yeah.
right, but when you check it, they're not living a natural life. We're living a natural life. You understand? Some people are living a life it's not real, bro. It's made up of other people's blood, sweat, and tears.
And I'm just gonna.
So without it, they wouldn't be in the.
I'm just gonna get an icon up. Go on, keep going, bro. You're cutting up anyway. I hear you on the roadside. So this came, yeah. So let me get this up.
Yeah, no, I was saying this that the world was blood, sweat, and tears. That's what I was saying. If I cut out, I'm gonna join back, but I'm driving through some mad road.
Okay, yeah, man. Say nothing. Say nothing. So let's see. And no, I don't want to subscribe to your shit. Yeah, so basically, yeah, Lord Selsdon was hereditary. He says, I'm not quite sure why I'm here. Describes circumstances in which, age 26, he had inherited his title and a lifelong seat in Parliament. It all happened one day when I was working in Brussels and someone came and tapped me on the shoulder and said, my lord, could I have a word? I said, I'm not my lord, I'm just me. He said, I'm afraid I've got some news for you. Your father died off the Azores this morning at sea and has been buried. You are now Lord Selsdon. Literally. Get me? What are we saying, Lottie? Mr. Lottie, what you say they're protesting what? In Bristol? Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. 10 toes. Check it out. I'm on one hand typing up there. Oh shit. They killed the bill. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Damn. You say Bristol ain't playing. Is there one in Birmingham as well?
Say that again.
I said Bristol's, bro, listen. You're not driving to Bristol to protest, are you? I know you're some anti-lockdown G as well. Yeah, that's why you're on them mad roads. SHIFFA's driving to Bristol to fucking protest anti-lockdown and the vaccine. Innit, SHIFFA? It's them roads. I know exactly what road he's on, you know. That kind of road there, you don't get no reception. But yeah, Mr. Lottie, what do you think about that? What do you think about them, this protest? Like, and put it all into context, like, considering we're at the beginning of coming out of lockdown and so on and so forth. What do you think about that? Like, yeah, I'm just like, genuinely just, like, what the flip, man? You get me? Like, yeah, I'm just like, cool, man. Like, I hear it, but yeah, like I said, I said it on Vellies the other day. I said, just roll with Wagwan. A man made a speech about not going back into lockdown and so on and so forth, yeah, and this be the last lockdown, yeah. So all you do is, if he implements another one, then you hold him to account, right? That's it. You hold him by his words. You get what I'm saying?
Where's the protest, boss? Where's the protest?
I don't know. Just don't tell me it's St. Paul's. Like, let it be Clifton or something like that. You get me? Let it be Clifton or them ends. You get me?
Yeah, hopefully it's not an Eastern route, but I know it like that. So I can go and get his food in peace. You get me?
Crazy. Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Yeah, all of that. Man. I'm gonna go and check the thing, Huzzy as well.
Come on, man. Come on. I'm just here. You get me? Flipping out. But yeah, man. I don't know, man. This thing's just like, yeah, man. What next? Like, even for me, like next week, we're doing that out. We can have our outdoor sessions. You get me? Not next week, week after, but yeah, we can do our outdoor sessions and that with our small groups and that. So it's like the end's in sight in that sense. You get what I'm saying? So why are you protesting? Just hold him to his words. That's all you need to do when the time comes. Then you've got like the actual.
Yeah, but what are his words though? The thing is, they've said they're gonna do all of these releasing the restrictions. Yeah, but only if certain things go to plan. If it don't go to plan, then they're not gonna release them.
Yeah, but this is the thing now, right? So let's say if it goes to plan, right? So so far, yeah, he's also said recently that the plan's staying as it is. Yeah. So that's the first thing he said. Well, no, that's not the first thing. That's what he said the other day. But one of the things that he said a few weeks back was that this will be the last lockdown. Do you get me? Do you get what I'm saying? So if that's the case, you've got two things where you can hold him to his words now. You get what I'm saying? So before those moments in time have even passed, you're gonna protest. And then do what? Give them the excuse to do what? And say, the numbers have risen again. And then boom, next thing you know, you're gonna have to wait another 2 weeks or another month because of that. Do you get what I'm saying? And if that's the case, yeah, if that happens, are those people gonna take responsibility for that? Do you get what I'm saying? That's how I look at it. It's all good, yeah. You got your thing, you want to protest. Yeah, fine, cool. I'm not judging you in it. Do your thing. But are you potentially hanging yourself with your own rope? Or hanging everybody else with your rope? While you're out protesting and giving them the excuse? Like, I don't know, man. Like, but you've got to think of it like that. Did people think that might be a case? That might happen? You know what I'm saying? Will they go back on their words now because of it? Like, because of the numbers, the volume? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know. Personally, I think you could have picked the time. But yeah, it is what it is, man. People are going to protest and take the chance to gather and have some social life because they've been lacking it for so long. You get me? So yeah, off that subject, yeah, how have you people coped through lockdown? What skills have you gained? What have you have any of you got any goals that you met? Have any of you done something, learned something new? Do you get what I'm saying? Is there anything that you found extremely difficult? Is there aspects of it that you couldn't get to grips with? How was the first lockdown in comparison to the last lockdown? I know for me personally, that I lost my motivation in the last lockdown. When the last lockdown came, I lost all motivation, partly because of the weather as well. I didn't really want to be standing out in the cold, training people. You get what I'm saying? But you do what you got to do, yeah. But yeah, I can say there was a clear difference. Do you know what I'm saying? Totally clear difference. Like the first lockdown, I had crazy energy because it was like back to the bread and butter in it of my job in it. Like I was online. Some people had equipment, some people didn't. Do you get what I'm saying? So those that was able to come to the studio and collect equipment before we locked down, that was all good. But this last one, I'm telling you, man, it was like I didn't want to do online. Like I found myself not even wanting people to be on the sessions, and do you get what I'm saying? Like logging in online and being like, I hope no one's on it today, because we had a lot of challenges going on over the course of the last few months as well. So we was actually like literally without actually PTing our clients, it was actually beasting them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we had a burpee challenge, like there were people doing like 120 burpees a day. Do you know what I'm saying? And things like that, and 200 burpees a day. Then we had like run challenges, and obviously with all the challenges, we had teams, and us as the PTs were doing the forfeits as well. So I got some like crazy videos of us doing like an abs challenge to Baby is it Baby Shark? Yeah, Baby Shark, to the Baby Shark track and all them kind of things there. You get me? And doing plank challenge to cha-cha sliding and madness. Do you get me? But yeah, I don't know, man. I might upload them to my YouTube so you guys can see them and have a bit of a laugh. You get me? But don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. And obviously, man, all the way through, I'm wearing a Blasted Santa hat and all that because it was the 12 Days of Christmas challenge as well. So those stuff was fun. Those stuff was fun. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, because it was new and it was creative. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, the last few months, I'm not gonna lie, man, they've been like, yeah, meh. You know, like that, meh. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sure loads of people felt like that. You get me? And even though I've been working and still been busy and stuff like that, it's still just been like meh. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, man, I guess my life, I'm also rugby as well. Like my social life is literally just like at probably about 90%. You get me?
Hey, that's something you could talk to us about, Mosh.
All right, Gertie, why you gonna say stuff like that about Santa not real? That's just rude, blood. Go on, bro. Boy.
You could talk to us about this Champions League, man. Who do you think's gonna win?
What, the Champions League?
Yeah.
I'm not even. Do you know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I haven't even been watching too much, bro. The only football I really watch is the team I support.
Get out of here, Motion, man.
That's it, bro. Like, I ain't got the time, man. Like when the games are on, like now, like I'll be where I'm on here. Yeah. So if there was a Villa match, I'd have it on my phone. Yeah. But like the Villa matches later on, so I won't be on. But like in the evenings, Champions League and all that, bro. You know what I do, bro? I'm doing classes or online or sessions. You get what I'm saying? So I don't really get the chance to watch these matches, and I don't want to watch highlights. Do you know what I'm saying? Like as a man that's a football fan, I don't want to watch.
I watch the highlights, but I don't watch all the matches.
Nah, it's just what I'm trying to say. Nah, I don't want to watch Barcelona highlights. I don't want to watch Real Madrid highlights. I don't want to watch Juve highlights. I want to watch the match. I want to analyze the thing. You get what I'm saying? I want to see, man. I want to see the runs off the ball. I want to see how man's mind's working. If he isn't picking the right path. That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's me, innit? Like I'm analysing the shit, innit? Like
you're that guy. I won't watch football if it weren't for you and your brother. I'm not gonna lie. You man that made me watch football, really. You know?
But that's the other thing as well. Like as a physio, as well, yeah. I look at it and I'm watching. I'm seeing injuries and I'm predicting what injuries they are based on the fall or what I'm seeing happen and things like that. Like those are the things I'm looking at in it. Like I'm seeing a player that's moving and I'm looking at like me, how I like for example, I get my coach head on. Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a different question. Can you see Villa in Europe next season?
Obviously, as a fan, I can see it. As a realist, I'd say there's a slim possibility. But so, for example, if I was a coach or a manager of that team, I would then say, look, guys, you are this close to being there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're 2 months left of the season. Yeah, like there's a game coming up that's a tough game.
Yeah, it's not impossible though.
No, but so this my mindset would be this. Now you can take this game and go into it and relax, yeah, and know that this will be the last game that we relax in, yeah, and we're gonna go for it wholeheartedly for the rest of the season. Or you need to turn it out from here on in and go for it, yeah. And if we don't make it, we don't make it, yeah. But because I can see some of the players look fatigued, innit? So I think at some point people need resting. So there's going to be a game that you need to throw away in that sense. So as a coach, that'd be in my mindset. Do you know what I mean? And then going for a really hard push.
Yeah, I get you.
It's almost like in boxing when you watch certain boxers, like, and they take a round off. Do you know what I'm saying? They take a round off or 2 rounds off.
A man took a knee in it. And just got his breath back.
That's what I'm trying to say, like just little things like that. So you get what I'm saying? But yeah, man, Let me see what Gertie's saying. Life, do you sometimes being watching football due to reflex light up the living room? I'm not playing this stuff. Yeah, do you know what? Like, because I'm into a lot of sports, yeah. Like tennis, rugby, and things like that. You find yourself, especially for impact sometimes, yeah. Like when you see someone, like you get a big ball carrier, like someone's like Billy Vinipola or something like that when he's on form, and he's running at someone, like you find yourself shaping yourself up, like smash him. You got what I'm saying? But yeah, not so much with football. Yeah, I guess so. I think you guys have heard me on certain streams, and you heard the little hooligan come out in me when I'm watching, and that the excitement and that. So yeah, I try not. That's why I try not to watch it too much on the stream, because I'll be up in there singing songs and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not a joke. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, I miss being in a stadium, man. I'm not even a joke. Gary, stadium.
I'm not gonna lie. At the beginning of the season, I stopped watching football. When Frank Lampard was managing my club, I said I can't watch it no more. I was upset, you know. I was upset. As soon as he went, I started watching football again, and we haven't lost.
Joe, did you see this?
We ain't lost.
Listen to this though. Do you know why I stopped watching football and why I don't watch other teams apart from my own team? Because that became a habit. When we got relegated, yeah, I would only watch my team play. I literally fell out of love with football and watching football because my team got relegated. Literally, imagine that. I'd already stopped playing. I'd already stopped playing, yeah. But like, I was like, you get what I'm saying? I was into my rugby, but when we got relegated, I was like, nah, man, bun that. Like, I ain't watching no match of the day, no nothing until my team are back in the Prem. You get me? And I still ain't watched it. I still ain't watched it.
He's not watching it unless his team's on there, you know. I like that too. That's fighting too.
Bro, come on, man. I said I'm not watching no Sky Sports, no none. Listen, if it's a championship match and Villa was on, I'll watch it. Yeah, I'll get a little stream. Yeah, it's not as easy to get the streams on the championship games, but yeah, you get them here and there. And obviously, man, subscribe to Villa TV and all that, so you get certain things. But bro, I said, nah, man, I ain't watching no Man City, no Liverpool. I don't give a Ross. I don't care who's playing in the Premier League. I ain't watching nothing. I might have watched it if Messi came, or flipping Mbappe or something, or one of them ballers. But apart from that, I wasn't interested, man. I wasn't interested at all. Like, I was literally just screaming "bun football." You get me?
If you were to look at the last 6 years right now, who would you pick as the winner in the Champions League?
I don't even know who the last 6 is, G. That's how deep it is.
Oh no, not the last 6. The last 8. Is it the last 8? Quarterfinals, isn't it?
Yeah, the last eight. Yeah, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, get
Liverpool.
Have a look, quickly.
Liverpool, Chelsea. I don't even know. Wait there. Let me check.
Liverpool are going from not so good to worse.
I don't even know. Europe, Champions League.
I think Paris could win it still.
So there's Chelsea, Bayern, Man City, Real Madrid, Liverpool, PSG, Dortmund, and Porto.
Yeah, Dortmund's in it. And Man City.
I'm going to say Bayern, or I think PSG will be in the final, depending on who they play. And probably Bayern. But then if Chelsea play PSG, I think Chelsea might beat them. It's a mad thing like that.
Yeah, we might beat them up still. Remember, we got their own manager beat.
I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, because I ain't really watched these teams and stuff like that. I can't really comment on Dortmund are in there and they got Haaland, yeah. Okay.
But Man City are on form right now, you know. This is the one thing I'm saying.
But that's Premier League, man. That's Premier League. They're always on form in Premier League. They're always informing Premier League.
I hear you still. You know what? Someone else said this to me. They don't do Champions League so well. So, but
No,
this
they
might be
bought
their
it.
year. You never know, man. They've been doing really well.
Yeah, man. But
Look at their last games in the Champions League. They done well, man.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I said, man. I can't even comment on it because I ain't been watching it. You get me?
I hear you still.
I ain't been watching it, so I don't even know. Let me see something.
Oh, yeah, Villa's still in the cup.
Oh.
Villa's still in the cup.
Nah. Yo, big up Street Struck. Big up yourself, G. Come on. Big up yourself. So listen to this. This is one that I said, whoa, wow, we were. Yeah. Vladimir Putin, anyway. So this is Sunday Mirror Investigates. Yeah. So you know they been on some phone tapping shit. You know what the mirror's like. You get me? Yeah. Anyway. Vladimir Putin. Yeah. You know, when that name comes out, it's peak already, in it. Yeah. Has issued a new kill list of opponents, and 6 of them live in Britain. Are you mad? Are you mad? Yeah. They've named the 6 people, yeah, in the paper. Like, so it's either a warning to us, yeah, to like stay the flip away from them, yeah, or yeah, it's saying to Putin, listen, see them, yeah, like how much you paying, man, for their faces and what they look like now, because mad. So they're fearing that there's going to be another Novichok or Novichok, however you say it. Yeah.
So explain that now. Explain that. Why are these people so important?
Hang on. So it says a sympathetic Russian intelligence officer says Putin has warned long arms will reach his enemies. The warning of a deadly post-pandemic campaign comes from the spy who warned that Salisbury Novichok victim Sergei Skripal was earmarked for assassination. In a letter to one target, the officer says, they are out to shut you up completely. Take the precaution of quickly changing your place of residence, even if only temporarily. The spook who uses who uses complex technology to avoid detection is in the FSB, Russia's equivalent of MI5. The warning came after Russia was identified by PM Boris Johnson in last week's defense review as the UK's most acute threat. One source said Putin is acting again now to shut down support for opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who was last month sentenced to 2.5 years in a penal colony. Trumped up charges came after a failed murder bid. Oh shit. Okay. Only swift action by the pilot in making an emergency landing saved Navalny's life. The Kremlin denies any involvement, and the dissident returned to Russia after medical treatment in Germany. Quoting 2 other targets, the FSB spy source said, as for Chichvakin and Asherkov, I said that all right, innit? Chichvakin and Asherkov, there is a plan to poison them with a substance similar to that used with the Skripals. The spy added that the SVR, Russia's overseas intelligence service, known as the Forest, is tasked with eliminating Mikhail Khodorkovsky. The source said a Forest plan exists to try to abduct him by injecting a special substance to knock him out. And the message says the orders came directly from President Putin with the words, "We have long arms, no scum can hide from us." Listen, I felt like reading that bit in a Cockney voice. Get me? Because that sounded like a Cockney. We got long arms, no scum can hide from us. Are you mad? Listen. Listen, man. Listen. So let me see. Oh shit, there's a... Okay, let me go through the names. There'll be some surprising ones. So the sum I went through already. Vladimir Ashakov, 49, was forced to step down as investment banker in Russia because of links to Navalny. He is now director of Navalny's anti-corruption foundation and was granted asylum by Britain in 2015. He told the Mirror, "I have no doubt Russian security services are capable of executions anywhere in the world. There are at least 10 unexplained deaths in the UK. I feel safer on the streets of London than in Moscow, but nothing can ensure total safety. Several of our people are under house arrest in Russia. I just hope UK authorities are working to prevent any more assassinations here." Okay. Then they've got Evgeny Chichvakin. 46 became Russia's richest man, aged under 35, worth 1.1 billion. He made his fortune after founding the country's largest mobile phone retailer, Yevroset. Chichvakin recently reportedly picked up Alexei Navalny's medical bills when he was treated in Germany following the poison murder bid. Shit. He now runs Hedonism Wines in central London and the upmarket Mayfair private dining rooms hide, where the most expensive wine costs a staggering £26,000 a bottle. Chichvakin did not respond to requests for comments. So, that's two of them. Yeah. Let me give you another one. Christopher Steele. Very Russian name. Very, very Russian name. 56, is a former MI6 officer who is now running a private intelligence firm, Orbis Business Intelligence. He angered President Putin by making unsubstantiated claims of Russian spies holding compromising videos of ex-US President Donald Trump cavorting with prostitutes. Interesting. Orbis boss actor Snell said OBI takes seriously the security of its staff. And he added, while we are not political activists, we admire Alexei Navalny for his courage in the face of outrageous persecution. The other one is Bill Browder. Again, another very, very Russian name. Is a long-standing Putin critic and no stranger to death threats. Like Steele, he was allegedly marked down for execution with Sergei Skripal in 2018. The financier works with the Hermitage Fund at one of the largest foreign portfolio investors in Russia. He was deported in 2005 and declared a threat to Russian security. He told us this needs to be taken very seriously. Putin tried to kill Navalny with Novichok, and anyone on Putin's hit list, including me, must take precautions. Putin is not constrained by any moral or geographical boundaries. So, yeah, those are the allegations that are leveled against Putin. What do you reckon about that?
Well, I don't know, man. I think it's no different to this government. If you feed them off, you might think they're safe in British streets now, but don't rub them up the wrong way, innit? Like, it's just how it goes. That's the law of the land, innit?
You know what's interesting to me is if the people that are like the for example the Freedom for Britain type people and those kind of people, how they would react and feel about that, because that is in their eyes that would be a threat to Britain. Yeah, and I want to know if they consider that as big a threat as they perceive Islam to be. Okay. Is it as big or a greater threat? No, well, this is what I want to know from them. Or is it that their focus is solely on those arguments where they can clearly win, or they feel that they can clearly win? Because maybe after the last football championships where the Russians came around and gave the British a good kicking, they might not want that. They might not want that smoke.
Well, what you're saying is, yeah, I think you're right in the sense of a lot of those arguments are based on bullying. And if people feel like they can bully someone, they're gonna bully them, innit? And that might appease their pain a little bit, but that's not really dealing with the problem. That's just bullying. You know what I'm saying? Because we can sit here and talk about Muslims forever, but the amount of Muslims that are doing terrorism in comparison to how many Muslims there actually are in the world, it probably doesn't make up 1%.
Well, yeah. Well, that's another thing, isn't it? But that's what I was saying, in it. Like, for me, it'd be interesting to hear what it'd be interesting for me to hear what these people have got to say about that, in that sense. Like, are you outraged at this news that there's potential poisonings that could happen, that could potentially affect British people, like your people, them, your white English people? You get me? The people that you so treasure. You get me? Like, how do you? I want to know how they feel about that. I want to know what they got to say about that. You get me?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, that's it's boy, I don't know. That's a crazy one though, man. They got these people that they've been claimed asylum and they've been given political asylum or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Because of the situation. And I don't know, man. Is Britain the place? Is Britain the place to house them? Is it? Could they not go somewhere else and be even more?
It probably, you know what? Britain's gonna house them people. If they got a certain amount of wealth, Britain's gonna take them in because now Britain can utilize the wealth that they've got.
Not just the wealth, the information, right?
That's right, information too, wealth of information and money. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's different types of wealth these people are bringing. You know, like, it's like America in the World War. Like after the war, you know, they took in how many German scientists? You know, and they're going to take them in, even though they may have done atrocities on the other side because they have wealth of not just money but information, like you said.
Knowledge,
and the
yeah,
information is key. The knowledge is key. That's all it's ever been about. Like that's what they're selling to us. When you go to university, they're selling it to you. So come on, like the knowledge is all important. It's the most important thing. That's the backbone of society.
But I want to know how these people feel about your successive governments, right? Successive governments. Because we're not going to talk about the current government because it's been going on for a while. Yeah, there's people that were given asylum in 2005. So, like successive governments potentially putting their citizens at risk. And again, it's like when people hear, this is an argument that you always hear when people moan about refugees or asylum seekers and be like, and someone turns around and says, well, if you're not in people's countries doing this and this and this, then they wouldn't have a need to come over. If you weren't bombing the hell out of them, they wouldn't need to come over here and so on and so forth and this and this and that. And now you're looking and you're saying, well, actually, we are meddling, or not we, because I ain't meddling in nothing, but yeah, you're meddling again. You're housing, knowing that these people will come and send you man.
Well, it's happened before. They remember there was some chemical attacks or something like.
Yeah, in Salisbury. That's what I'm talking about. Skripal, yeah, the Skripal guy in Salisbury, where he did dead. The Novichok, that was the Novichok poisoning thing.
Yeah. This is the thing now, where it's like, it is what it is, man. Like, you know, like I said, some people can turn into collateral damage. You know what I'm trying to say? Because one person can be too important. They might know something that's that important that is worth people dying for. Do you feel where I'm coming from? That's the reality. You know,
well, that's the minute.
When you're talking about these ethno.
You cut out, G. You cut out, brother. But yeah, I know you're gonna say something about the ethanol nuts or something like that. But yeah, come on, listen. All I know is them and they're on crud.
The ethno brats, they ain't gonna care.
Yo, you cut, bro. You're on mute, bro. You just muted yourself. Yes, Urban, big up, G. Come on. Big up, Urban in the building. Come on. I urge you keep making promises, though. You're not fulfilling them, bro. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, come on, man. Yo, sort your thing out, man.
I know. Do you know what? It just keeps cutting out. Every time I turn down one of these mad roads, it just cuts out, bro.
Come on, man. I know what it's like, man.
I was saying before, though, it's like the ethno brats don't love themselves, man, because they always want to argue with people about their life and how they're living, but they're not looking at their own living circumstances and the things that are being done to them. They're just looking at other people.
Go on, keep going, bro. People that might come in at the house, they might go make up one per nine. You know, say, little chihuahua that start yappy and rest it.
I'm hearing you still.
Go through, bro. Go through.
But yeah, man, I don't understand how these ethno brats really think that running down Muslims and black people and other people for being in their country is going to change anything. Like we don't make the government, we don't make the policy. Do you understand?
Yeah,
we didn't tell them to protect us.
Yo,
Yo, big up, Mr. Urban on the blows on skirt, please. How you mean? Big up yourself, brother.
Can you hear me? Because I got my AirPods in.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you, mate. We can hear you.
Good. What's happening? What's the crack?
Yeah, man. We just chop it. Literally, I was just reading up a bit about There's a hit list in the UK from Putin. Apparently, 6 people. Yeah, that he wants out of here, mate. He wants out of here.
Yeah. He's iron fist, isn't it? Rules of an iron fist.
He's not playing games, man. It seems like 6 people, 2 British, I think, or one might be American, but it's 6 people, 4 Russians.
Oh, what? They're not Russians?
No, there's 4 Russians. So there's 4 Russians. 1 British person that used to work for the MI6, and this next one, Bill Browder. I think Bill Browder might be an American name, but he's a financier. He works with the Hermitage Fund. You get me?
Does he say why?
So one of them was one of the people that he's got is he was Russia's richest man under 35. Let me see what he said. Okay, so
a lot of them rich ones in Russia, they done like dodgy oil deals and stuff, isn't it? Like I think what's the one who owns Chelsea or whatever? I think he got his money. There's a bit of darkness around him, isn't there?
Yeah, there's allegations of it. So there's one called Chichvarkin, yeah, that billionaire one. He funded the that's of the guy that's Putin's that's challenging Putin. Yeah, the one that he's got locked up now. And so he's done that. So it seems like anybody that's even linked to him in terms of trying to help him out is a target in that sense. So yeah, man, it's a mad thing. It's mad.
Yeah. The thing is though, where did you hear the information?
I'm reading it in the paper, the Mirror.
Yeah,
literally some Vladimir Putin. Right. Listen, I just read it out because I was like, yo, listen, let me read this, yeah. And it was just like, let me just read it out. But these people have given their comments as well. That's the thing about it, is these people have given their statements as well. And they're claiming that there's a team of cleaners. You know, it's like they're thinking they're watching Leon, innit? Sending the cleaners.
Hey, you know what it is? See, when I first got out, I got out in 2015, and all the boys was watching RT, is it Russia Today?
Yeah.
Like, this is the news. This is the real news. They tell you stuff that Britain don't tell you, and blah 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 blah. But it's the more I watch it, it's just propaganda as much as it's their propaganda. It's just opposed to our propaganda.
Yeah.
You don't even know. I just anything I can't see with my own eyes, I just take it with a pinch of salt, no matter where it's come from.
Yeah, well,
like, it's kind of.
Go on, bro. Go on.
It sort of affect you because you never know where you actually stand. I don't actually ever have like a firm place that I stand because I just don't even know what to believe and what's true.
So is it? So I don't know, man. I think you can take a stand. I think you could take a stand with the information you have, and like we discussed, like someone asked before, does your consciousness evolve? And having an evolving consciousness, which is shaped around your experiences, and the things that you learn and stuff like that. And so that consciousness should always evolve, in my opinion. And so just because you have a stance today, that might change based on experience and education. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because there's many stances that we take that are pretty trivial, to be fair. And as we evolve, we change those stances.
Sorry, one sec. There's a horse, the fucking dog. Wait, come here. Gotta watch this dog with horses. He thinks he's fucking hard.
Or is he a bulldog breed?
No, he's a pocket bully. He's a bully, but he's like a miniature one, like a short-legged one.
Yeah, bulldog breed. That's what I meant. Bulldog, like of the bulldog.
No,
breed.
bully. They're like the XL bullies. They're American staff crossing with pit bull.
Yeah, that's a bulldog breed. So they derive from a bulldog, basically.
Yeah. Well, they have got some.
In that
breed bulldogs into this breed to bring the pit bull temperament down. That's how they're legal. Nope.
You get me? I don't know if it's my reception messing about.
It's probably mine. I'm literally in the sticks walking the dog.
No, I can see my reception.
It's only where you drew me out. I thought, I better jump on.
You know how we do, man. But yeah, I do. You know what? To be fair, yeah, like I said, my brethren he sells them. That's my plan to get one soon. Still.
Yeah, I got a few mates that are breeding dogs. They're doing well out of it. Like I got a mate. He's my mate's had about in 5 years. I think he's had about 250 grand out of French bulldogs.
Shit. Yeah, they. You know what? They're not cheap, are they? Them little buggers.
Nah. My mate breeds them. He moved up to Lincolnshire and built like bought like a massive plot of land. And you know yeah, he breeds them up there. This is someone else. He doesn't, but he quit his job and everything and just breeds dogs now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They are good money, man. Especially those French bulldogs, man. Very good money. I was looking online even yesterday, and I was seeing the French bulldogs and certain dogs like that and the prices for them. And I was like, is that how much they are now? And obviously because because the demand has gone up as well, it's naturally going to rise the price. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People know they can make money, so that's what's happening now. People are latching onto the fact that they're in high demand and making their money, and you can't blame them, man. Can't blame them.
I mean, this one, my mate paid $4 grand for this one, and he got it imported from Romania. But he moved into a flat with his new bird, and the dog just didn't get on in the flat, so he sold him to me. But yeah, they're good dogs. They're really good dogs.
Okay, you know what?
I didn't really want a dog, to be fair, but the kids absolutely love him. I didn't anticipate how much the kids was actually going to love him. Do you know what I mean?
I guess because he's miniature as well. He's the right size for the kids as well.
Yeah. He's like a staff size.
Yeah, that's a good size to be fair.
But like a staff height, but he's bulky, like really bulky. Yeah. He's like, like when you
bulky and like an English bulldog bulky, innit? But even bulkier in some sense.
Yeah.
He
looks a bit like where he's had his ears done. He looks a bit. Remember the old when DMX used to run on the front of his CDs and that. He looks like one of them.
Okay, yeah. So what did you do? Crop them, yeah? Into what did you do? Triangle shape at the top.
Yeah. Well, they done it in Romania before he even come in.
Okay.
Yeah. My mate breeds them, and he does it here. Obviously, it's illegal.
Okay. Yeah. Would you? Is that something that you would have done yourself if you like got one from fresh? Would you want that done?
No, I think it's cruel.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that stuff. To be fair, I like
dog.
Like people used to say that I had a.
I mean, to be fair, I think they take them off for when they fight them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then obviously, then after that, then it's become an image to have the ones that look like they're fighting dogs. But no, I wouldn't have done it. And do you know what it is? You know what I didn't realize? What makes them look so mean with the ears is because dogs express themselves with their ears. When they haven't got no ears, they can't really express themselves. You can't see the expressions on their face, as it were.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is quite sad as well.
Yeah, it's true, man. Just to make them look meaner in that sense, for a fact. Do you know what I mean? But yeah.
Then I've got the risk of people nicking him as well.
Yeah. Say that again, sorry, bro.
Do you know what I mean? Like I can't. Like I've got a stepson. He's 11. Then we've got the risk of people nicking him. The people are out nicking dogs, aren't they?
Yeah, that's grown a lot.
Yeah. Well, they're so expensive, isn't it? It's like I always say, like people look down their nose on people that do certain crimes, but it's like not everyone can sell drugs. Not everyone can fucking rob banks. Not all these little things like they might seem morally bad, but it's like people are skint and need to get their fucking money.
People are opportunists, innit? They see opportunity, they take it. There's a lot of opportunism in the
like all of a sudden their dog's worth fucking $5 grand.
Yeah.
Fucking with like a woman walking down the road with it. That's it. It's just an easy run. It's a lash, isn't it?
And a lot of them are made to order as well. That's the thing.
Shit, there's another hood.
A lot of them are made to order, man. It's a dangerous thing.
Hey, turn around. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a 7-year-old stepson, and I was hoping that to give him a bit of risk because I always had dogs when I was a kid, and it's good for responsibility and that. But I can't let him walk him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing, because he's a small dog. See, I had a boxer, and I also had a mastiff, and
Yeah,
both
massive.
of them were very protective of the kids. And to be fair, at night time, if you approach me and you was not known, like any dog I've ever had will let you know. Listen, there's a big dog here. Yeah, don't piss about. Yeah, and
Yeah,
so they've always been like that. So in terms of my kids and my dogs, I would have been confident because they would not let anybody go anywhere near them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if they was in the car and the dog, because I used to just take her at the parcel shelf and stuff like that, and the boot was just the dogs, obviously. And yeah, like listen, try and approach that car and say something, okay? And you're not me as a man. Like
yeah.
trust me, trust me.
Well,
She knows the
he's
boot's hers. Go on,
he's
bro.
only 8 months old, and my mum come round. When did my mum come round? My mum come round Friday. Went to touch the baby, and he started barking at my mum. He's on it
Yeah,
with,
man.
with a baby. I've got a 2-year-old. With a 2-year-old, he don't let anyone, like we've had relations come round, and he don't let them near the baby. We have to lock him away so people can, obviously, so that people can see the baby. Yeah, he's on it, mate. And he's only 8 months old, and we've only had him since November, and he's already, that's his natural instinct, is to protect that baby.
But you know what you do though? Do you know what you have to do?
Well,
I'll give you a little advice. You have to train that out of him. So you need to kind of like make him see it in a position where you're the controller and you're reassuring, not telling off, reassuring. So maybe you have him on the lead and he's there and he may bark, but you get him to lie down, you get him to sit, you get the person to come in. Yeah, you do it in stages though. So you get him to come in first and approach, then stop. Once you get him calm in that position, then you slow it down and you get him to come in a few times. Yeah, you give, obviously with food in it, that's the treat in it. When you do what you're told, that's the treat. Okay.
Do you know what it is though? I don't know if I want to breed it out of him. I don't know if I want to breed it out of him. I don't know.
No, but you know what it is. With that, you can also train him to sense the danger. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You can also train him to sense the danger, so you don't breed it out of him. But what you do is you make it into not so much a weapon, but a skill set. So he can then, or she can then ascertain whether or not actually, well, this is family and this is who comes round and this is who, the person is, and that's fine. But actually, you're unknown, you're a person, you're not supposed to be here. I don't know you, and you're moving different to everybody else. So you can train that dog to be used to a certain action when approaching that child.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You mean. So for example, my mate, he's got a German Shepherd. When you approach him, if you spud him, that's fine. You can even hug him, that's fine. But you cannot pat him in the back because it seems like because that dog is used. That dog has been trained to understand someone being ushered from a situation or into a situation. So that dog is trained because they own shops. Yeah, they own shops, plural, and properties. Yeah. So a lot of times they're moving around and things like that. Yeah. So that dog is trained to understand someone being ushered on the slide. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So if you touch him in the back, that dog's letting, like, trust me. Yeah. And you know what, German Shepherds, they're smart dogs. You know what I'm saying? And they're loyal.
Yeah, they are. They're good dogs.
Fiercely loyal. So yeah, man, that's it. It was interesting when he was telling me it. You get what I'm saying? Because I just literally did it, and that dog I've known since a pup. Do you get what I'm saying? And I just did it by instinct, and he just started going on a mad thing, and I was like, "Yo, what's the matter with you?" You get me? And like, my mom was like, you put your hand in my back, bro. You get me? Like, he's been trained to not like to recognize that as a threat. Do you get what I'm saying? Because obviously and stuff like that.
But what did he actually train him himself or get like taken to a proper trainer?
I think he paid for training, if I'm honest with you, because he's not that. He used to come into our shop and that and like get jerk chicken and that for the dog and stuff. I say to him, bro, you can't buy jerk chicken for the dog, bro.
Chicken for the dog. I've got mine. Obviously, I hadn't owned a dog for like 10 years, probably longer than 10 years. All of a sudden, I've got a dog now, and you've got this new thing, this raw diet, this bath diet.
The what? What is it? Tripe?
No, you can get tripe as well, but it's called the bath diet. It stands for something, BARF. I can't remember what it stands for. It's basically some top vet invented this diet for dogs, which they've naturally evolved to, and it's basically raw meat with a certain amount of bone and a certain amount of organs and some vegetables. And
Okay,
he
so
loves it.
biologically appropriate raw food and bones on raw food founded by the veterinarian doctor and nutritionist Dr. Ian Billinghurst. The principle is to feed dogs a diet they evolved to eat, a raw diet composed of meats and greens that are fresh, uncooked, and wild. Okay.
Yeah. He loves it.
That's
I mean, he loves it.
And you know what? I say this to people because my dogs, I used to give them carrots as treats.
Okay.
Just raw carrots as treats because it's good for the teeth. They have that crunch.
Yeah.
It's got the sweetness.
Yeah.
It's got the sweetness and it's not too sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you give them the raw carrot, you use it as a training tool as well.
What you carrots, vitamin C as well, isn't it? I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you give them something that's raw and good for them, like a carrot, and it's a way to treat them. It's a treat and a training tool because they love carrots.
Yeah, I haven't given carrot to be fair. But I'll try him with a carrot.
Yeah, man. Trust me.
I get them all, like I say, in the pet shops these days. It's all like bad things. Like my missus hates it, but I get them like chickens' feet, fucking cows' ears, pigs' ears, red deer legs, like the bones of a red deer. He fucking loves it all.
So yeah, I used to do all of that, man. I used to do all of that. You go to the pet shop and you come back with bags of different things, man. Like the chew bones, everything. Do you know what I mean? Just to make sure they're comfortable. Do you know what I mean? And you know, they're just comfortable. They're just comfortable with the food and the right treats, man, and the right food and just a good, healthy, balanced diet and stimulation.
Yeah. Come on, Fury.
That's it. Stimulation outdoors. Make sure you walk them enough to tire them out.
Yeah. Listen, the good thing is he's quite lazy. He don't really like to be walked too much. When I first got him, I had to drag him for a walk. He likes his walks now, but he's got quite. It's another thing that people pay for, but he's got quite bad bow leg. They call it east and west. For where one goes up, the right one goes out to the right, and the left one goes up. I think it's more common with bulldogs.
That's right. It is a bulldog trait, and they did that from actually breeding and stuff. That's how it came about. It's a genetic defect.
So I don't really want to strain him with too much walking. I think later on it's going to affect him.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, especially at a young age as well, because that can damage them at a young age. Doing too much exercise like too early. So that.
Because I go running every morning. I'd like to take it. I would have liked to have taken running with me every morning, but I don't think he's got it in him.
Nah, get yourself a dog that's built for that, man.
Yeah.
A dog that's built for that. So I want to ask you a question. Let me see if I can get it back up. Where is it? Ah, there it is. And SHIFFA, you as well. I want to ask you that question. Yeah, and anyone that's in the chat. And I was hoping I'd get the likes of Jupiter and so on and so forth on there. Yeah.
Oh,
so I can understand.
God.
Do you know who Benelin Burke is?
Benelin Burke.
Yeah. Have you heard the name? Does it ring a bell? Never heard the name.
No.
SHIFFA, you ever heard the name Benelin Burke? Anyone in the chat, have you heard the name Benelin Burke? Okay. Everyone knows who Sarah Everard is, though, right?
Sarah Everard. Oh, is that to do with? Oh, yeah, that's who the old Bill killed, isn't it? That bird.
Yeah. We all know who she is, yeah? My question is, why don't we all know about Evelyn Burke? Why?
What was it? Another? I don't know. But obviously, the media hasn't chose to.
She was abducted with her child. Wow. They have found her and her child dead.
Yeah. What,
since
recently?
March the 1st, she's been missing. Since March the 1st.
Wow. The thing is, though, thousands of people go missing. I think the only reason that one sort of made headlines was because it was a policeman that fucking done it.
Because it was a white woman.
Oh, okay.
That
could be the case. It could be the case. I can't comment on that.
That's how I see it. Because nobody don't know about Evelyn Burke. She went on national paper. She was missing.
But if you go on social media, covers a lot of missing people that you'll never see on the news.
No, true, and I get that, and I agree with you totally. I totally agree with you on that. But my point is, I'm pulling the name because I want to know why there's no outrage.
What? Yeah, but how? Yeah, but what? She's been found. Oh yeah, it should make the news that a child. What? They've both been found killed. Yeah.
No, not even just that. These people care so much about women.
Yeah.
You should be up to speed.
True. You can't pick and choose what women you want to represent. If you represent women, you represent them all.
You should be up to speed with this shit. This is so big an issue for you, isn't it? Like, this woman's been gone since the 1st of March. Her and her child. Let me add that again. And her child.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like when people go. Not everyone that goes missing. Some people go missing by choice, isn't it? Like, she might be fucking running from an abusive husband, or she's met a new man and fucked off. I don't know.
They both found dead in Scotland.
Oh, they are dead. Yeah. Okay.
Both found dead in Scotland.
Yeah.
Based on, I think it's. Hang on a minute. Yeah, they both found dead in Scotland. I think they announced that today or yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
And I saw it on the paper. Yeah. But the point is, since the 1st of March, this young, maybe Vietnamese, Chinese, Asian woman has been missing since the 1st of March.
Wow.
And she was last seen on the 17th of February.
Okay, now.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
17th of February, yeah? No. Okay, so bodies found in a home. And a two-year-old daughter, yeah? Police in Scotland confirmed the bodies were concealed within a house in Troon Avenue, Dundee, following extensive searches by detectives and forensics experts. Yeah, they're going to do post-mortem and formal identification, etc., etc. Yeah. So, yeah, they were reported missing from their home. Oh,
where was their home? Was their home in Scotland as well?
No, their home was in Bristol.
Wow.
Yeah, so it says,
come on.
I would like to thank the local community for their cooperation with what is a large and complex police operation involving many specialist resources from across police in Scotland. There will continue to be a significant police presence in the area for some time, and I would ask anyone with information to please come forward and speak to us. Andrew Innes is accused of bludgeoning mum of two Benelin, 25, to death with a hammer at his home in Dundee. The app designer has already made 2 court appearances and has been remanded in custody until his trial. The software engineer is accused of committing both murders within his home in Troon Avenue, Dundee, between February the 17th and March the 5th this year. A nationwide search for Miss Burke and her children was launched after the family was reported missing from their home in Kingswood earlier this month. It is understood Miss Burke originally hailed from the Philippines and travelled to live in Bristol around 2 years ago. It's believed she lived in Staplehood before moving to Kingswood last year. Miss Burke is understood to have had family members living in the UK. So, yeah, that's the points of it, innit? That's what they're saying. This young lady has been missing, and they're saying they had a nationwide search. That's what they're saying. They had a nationwide search.
How can you have a nationwide search if the nation are unaware of it?
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. So what? She's not white. Is that what you're saying as well? She's not white.
No, she's from Philippines.
Okay.
She's from the Philippines, and she's been missing for how long? And her and her daughter. Again, I'm gonna add that because that's another accelerating feature, right? So it's her daughter.
Because obviously a lot. I'm beginning to realise now at the ripe old age of 38 that a lot of things are political, isn't it? So is she like because if she's like a student from the Philippines or whatever, so when it comes into like the tourism of the country and when they have to answer to obviously the Philippine consulate or whatever in London, they might have made sure that she was actually dead before they made a fuss out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get you, but again, like missing people and their daughter, like,
yeah, it's crazy.
And I'll say I'm not even going to understand it if it's just one person and it's just her, but it's her and her daughter, right? So
yeah.
again, that would put more emphasis on the importance of it being spread and for people to be aware that this woman and her child is missing. Yeah. And it turns out that this woman was bludgeoned to death, okay, by a psychopath. Yeah. And like, I don't hear the same energy from people. In fact, most people don't even know. So what was you chatting up your mouth about in the first place then? What was you hyping about before? From Megan to Sarah Everhard, now this woman from the Philippines, y'all don't want to know nothing.
Yeah. Is she going to be the next martyr? Yeah, I mean, if they only found her body yesterday, it could end up. They could end up covering it more. It's a little bit early to tell whether they are going to make something out of it or not. They shouldn't be picking it. I mean, to be honest, I didn't know anything about Sarah Everard until they arrested a policeman. To be fair, I didn't see anything. I watch the news that often. I normally watch the headlines on YouTube. To be fair, for news.
Yeah. No, to be fair, I don't watch the news
Most of the time,
really.
I just read the title.
Yeah, no, I don't watch the news really. But for example, like there's campaigns for different things in it all the time. There's little things mentioned in Parliament. There's little things that's mentioned about some different things all the time. Do you get what I'm saying? And then you've got this situation now, and nobody don't know about it. This is the thing. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody don't know about it, outside of people that live in Bristol that watch that thing.
Yeah. Oh, is that because was it in the local news? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just local. It's local and shared on social media. You get me?
It should be national,
That's it.
Isn't it? Especially with a child involved, it should be national. But who chooses what goes in on the national news? Is it actually the editors and that themselves, or is there a higher above them that tells them what to publish and what they're allowed to publish? I mean, my very good friend is in Wandsworth. Yeah, he's been there since September. He's been in there since September 19 on remand.
Yeah.
And on the first lockdown, he was sending out videos of what was going on in there. One of my mates contacted the Sun newspaper to obviously try and get some money out of the videos. They didn't want to know. Last week, they called him. Like, this is like 18 months. This is a year later. They called my mate who called him up, and they said, is your friend still in there? Has he got any more videos he can send us? So it's like, now, for whatever reason, they want to publish something to do with prisons. Why now? Do you know what I mean? What's changed now? What's the agenda? There's obviously going to be an agenda behind it.
Yeah, exactly. There's something that they're going to push to ignite some fire in some people. Definitely.
Exactly.
There's something coming on with that. Yes, definitely. And that's the danger with them.
Right.
That's the danger with them. Everything's got a time. And you imagine they stored that contact for how long? How long?
Come on. A year. It's been a year.
I mean?
Come on.
For a whole year. Yeah. To the time that they've
waited till it fits their agenda, and then let's have it.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely crazy. And so that's what I'm seeing. Like, and this is the other thing as well, yeah. So imagine this, yeah. The women of Bristol, held a vigil. Yeah. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but they held a vigil for Sarah Everhard, who's from London, but didn't hold a vigil for the woman from Bristol.
Yeah, you know as well though, it's like these days it's like things are trends, isn't it? It's like if everyone else is going on a vigil on the social media for whatever, or doing some form of protest, as soon as it's like trending and people are doing it and you can have your photo and you can hashtag it, people will get involved.
You got men are protesting to come out of a lockdown that's ending in a few weeks.
My mate was at one yesterday. I never knew he was so fucking on it like that. I was with him Thursday. His family are Italian originally. Yeah. He's like, you look at him, he's English, but his family are Italian. Like, his surname's Italian, like his first name's like Italianish, and he's moaning about immigrants and all that. And I'm like, mate, like, how can you moan about immigrants? Your family are immigrants. Like, what the fuck are you going on about?
I know.
Fucking yeah, but he tried to drag me down to that Freedom March yesterday, but I'm glad I never went.
Nah, man. Like even that, I'm just like, there's a bill that they're trying to make to pass to do with protesting. So they're protesting that. Let's not just have it down as just a Freedom March. They are trying to protest this bill, so they are protesting the right to protest as well. In that sense. And the interesting thing was I was saying earlier,
Yeah.
Guess how many arrests they made yesterday?
I don't know how many.
33.
A bit Masonic, isn't it?
33 arrests, yeah. and all for COVID regulation breaches. Like literally nothing to do with like violence or
they're not even arrests either, are they? They're like fucking just a £200 fine or whatever. And I heard a lot of them get overturned if they take them to court.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. It's absolutely mental. So yeah.
My cousin's little boy. My cousin's little boy is 19, yeah? He moved into his new flat a couple of weeks ago. He's 19. He's had like 3 or 4 of his mates around here. Neighbours rung the old bill. 5 old bill come crashing through the door.
Wow.
4 19-year-olds sitting there fucking having a puff playing computer. Like 2 of them jumped the balcony and bolted. So the old builder said, look, we'll just give you a warning this time. Rung up his mum and all that. Like, what do you mean rung his mum? Like,
that's what I'm saying, man. This is the thing, innit? All these regulations and these things here, they're encouraging people to flipping grass on your neighbor. Now, what happens now when you're in trouble or you need something like some sugar or some milk? Do you know what I mean? Till the morning or something like that. Like and you now have to go and face those people that you've done that to.
Yeah, I know. It's mental.
All for the sake of you just can't make your business. You get me? All because you can't mind your.
It's causing a divide, isn't it? This pandemic. It's like the compliant and the non-compliant are like people like I've had people like, getting a vaccine. No, I'm not getting the vaccine. What do you mean you're going to spread it? The vaccine doesn't stop you from catching it, and it doesn't stop you from spreading it. And you've already had the vaccine. So what does it matter whether I have the vaccine or not?
I was arguing this the other day.
If I have to have the vaccine, then I have to have the vaccine. But if I can avoid not having it, then I'm going to avoid not having it. I had COVID at Christmas. I didn't have it that bad. So
see, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of people have had it, and didn't realize. Well, it was before we got told that there was this thing around, and then people are looking back and being like, "Well, actually, I think I had this." You know what I'm saying? So
my dad's uncle died of it, but he was in his 80s, but he was very, very healthy. Never drunk, never smoked, nothing in his life. You know what I mean? But he was very healthy, but he got the better of him and he died from it. But then you got my father-in-law's in hospital now with acute pneumonia, and he's caught it while he's got acute pneumonia, but he's not getting no symptoms from it. So he's on a COVID ward at the minute until he tests negative. He's been testing positive for a month. He hasn't got any symptoms.
For a month,
Yeah, but now they're thinking that the pneumonia might be from COVID, so they took the fluid off of his lung. They're sending it to Cambridge to see if it's a new strain. Because he come from Poland. He was actually ill in Poland. We had to send a private ambulance out there to bring him back. Yeah, a bit of a mad one. And he tested positive in Poland and still managed to come to England to our local hospital in a private Polish ambulance. They let him straight through, testing positive still. So it's mad.
Well, he's a UK resident, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, he's a British citizen. Yeah.
Okay.
He's Turkish, but he's a British citizen. He was out there, and he didn't have, because in Poland it's health insurance like America, and he didn't have no health insurance. And the travel insurance was saying that they're not going to pay any money because he was advised not to travel.
Okay. Okay. Catch 22.
Catch 22, exactly. So we had to get him home because the Polish hospitals weren't looking to do anything. They more or less kicked him out of the hospital. They sent him to a COVID hospital for 2 weeks to isolate, and they kicked him out of there and wouldn't take him back into the hospital. But he was dying. Another 2-3 days, he wouldn't have made it. He would have been dead.
What?
Yeah. I mean, luckily the British consulate give us a number for a private ambulance, so we had to do it that way.
Shit, I bet that costs a bit of money, innit?
You know what? It weren't too bad. The first one they gave us was an English company, and they wanted $8,500.
Yeah.
And then they said, but we can't bring him until he tests negative.
Okay.
Then we found another English one that wanted 13 grand. But they would bring him back negative, and then they was messing about. And then we managed to find someone here who's got a Polish girlfriend. We managed to sort everything out in Poland, and it cost $2,500 from Poland.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then man, I'm moaning about Polish workers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I told my missus from the beginning, we'll just pay an interpreter to sort it all out. Because the interpreter wanted like silly money, she didn't want to do it. So I was like, look, we could have saved the week if we just listened to the beginning, because we could have got a Polish company to do it from like day one. Do you know what I mean?
That is absolutely crazy, though.
Yeah, it's called. I've never heard of it. It's called patient repatriation. It's called.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you got the money, like they would have sent a private jet out there. It cost 30 grand. If you got money and you got the 30 grand, you could just send the private jet straight out there that would fucking pick him up and bring him back. Obviously, we didn't have that type of money, but
yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do at that time, innit? People band together.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
it was a bit of a mad one, mate. It was a bit of stress on her. Do you know? Well, it ended up being stress for me as well, but it all got sorted out again.
But do you know that even in like, for example, boxing, what the science did with boxing was, if a fighter gets tested positive,
yeah,
they don't test him again for 3 months because they say there's particles.
Yeah.
That's there that will still give a positive test.
Yeah, well, that's what he's still testing positive a month later. That's kind of the same thing. Even though he's done his isolation in Poland already, the 2 weeks, he's still had to come here and go on COVID ward again, which he's on now.
Yeah, I remember I was listening to an interview and Eddie Hearn was talking about it. Or was it so not boxing? So I think it was football they did it with. There's one of the two anyway. But Eddie Hearn was talking about it and saying, well, they need to implement it. I think it might have been football that does it, and he was saying it needs to be implemented within
boxing. Yeah,
yeah, because it was messing up fights and stuff like that. But yeah, it is what it is, and that's the thing about it. There's no universal rule. There's a specific rule that goes for certain sports, and it seems as though because they bring in a certain amount of revenue, the rules are a little bit easier for them.
Well, someone told me the other day, I don't know how true it is, I haven't bothered to look it up, but he said they can't call it Corona anymore because Corona beer took them to court over calling it Corona because they was losing on sales, so they had to change the branding to COVID.
Okay.
That's another strange, like they actually had to brand a pandemic. Like,
so Corona sued Corona.
Yeah, apparently.
Shit.
But he's all a bit like a lot of it is like it's like they're doing like PR stuff, like getting the Queen to say she's had it, and then like doing like certain people on the TV getting vaccinated, like a promotion, isn't it? It's like this is a disease. What do you need to promote it? Like a new can of Coke or something?
Yeah, Idris Elba was the first in it to get the brothers on board. Like, yeah, people, you can get it. How many people? Yeah, I know bare brothers at the time were saying, "Yo, Idris is chatting shit, blood. Ain't no black people getting cold." Man was walking around ignorant, like, what ain't no black man getting COVID, blood? This ain't us.
Like. They were saying at one point that black people were getting it worse. Did there any evidence actually that come from that?
To be fair with you, I don't know where they got the evidence from. I never really investigated it because I looked at it as a narrative to spread the fear. And if you see a section of society that are seemingly not in fear, you have to make what's going on relevant to them.
Yeah.
To them to say that the COVID is particular about being proportionate. Yeah. He doesn't want to be proportionate Yeah, he wants to go for the ethnic minorities, especially brown and Asian. Yeah, so he specifically wants to go for the minorities to make sure, yeah, that he perpetuates white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? That is a smart, he's a smart thing, smart cookie there, COVID. Do you know what I mean? And so
my mates, I think my mate's Jamaican. His mum died of it. I know that one.
Yeah, I lost an uncle.
So that's it, yeah.
Very overweight uncle. Do you understand? And I understand. I understand.
Yeah, I lost an uncle as well. Yeah.
I understand there's something there. I do genuinely. This is what I've always said. If you need to isolate and do what you got to do, do that. I'm not going to judge you. You know? But
that's basically what I think. I think the people that were vulnerable should isolate, and then the rest of the country should just carried on it. I don't think we need a fucking lockdown.
Exactly.
Young, fit, and healthy to step up.
That's it. You isolate and you be, say responsible. I think we've shown as a public that not me particularly, but a lot of the British public have shown that they can't be responsible, to be fair. But yeah, I'm just like,
right, Moshe, I'm just about to walk in, and my Sunday dinner's ready as soon as I walk in the door.
All right, man. Enjoy, bro.
Those chicken. If you're still on after I've eaten, then I'll jump back on.
All right, brother. All right, man.
Nice.
Peace.
Take care, man.
All right, man. You got yourself. Yeah, man. Big up Urban in the building. Come on. But yeah, put some good points there. You know what I'm saying? Mad. They got us out here all divided and shit. Talking some shit about COVID. Can you just snitch on your neighbors? And to literally just want to put a man into a category because he says he'd rather wait a little bit before he puts a needle into his arm or things like that. Get me? It's got people thinking that watching YouTube videos is research. I mean, that's the funniest aspect. I think I heard that more than anything else over the last year. Trust me, blood, I done bare research. You get me? The most used phrase over the last year. You get me? I done bare research. I mean, when you check the research, it's a YouTube video of some quack doctor chatting some madness. You get me? No, I don't mind if it's coming from a place of knowledge and education. You know what I'm saying? When you're breaking down the science and you put in an alternative argument. Do you understand me? That makes sense. But some of this argument, I've done bare research, blood. It's the 5G, blood. Like, come on, man. Behave yourself. Allow it, innit? Allow it. But yeah, anyway, back to it. Like I said, where's the outrage? Where's the outrage for this young Asian lady and her child? Get me? Where's the vigil? Get me? Where's the marching? Get me? Where's BLM? Where's Antifa? Where's all of that? Get me? Why don't we see nothing on that? Is it because it's an everyday occurrence? Is that what it is? It's an everyday occurrence, and Sarah Everhard was a catalyst for something, and then anything but that is just, yeah, get back to normal. Is that what it is? That's what it sounds like to me. Get me? She's the face of something. Get me? She's the face of something to start something, to evoke emotion in people, a certain demographic, and a certain emotion. Yeah? To cause what? Discontent. Meanwhile, people and their babies are going missing. And no one bats a goddamn eyelid. Get me? No one. Tell me why. In fact, don't tell me why. Come and give me your excuses as to why. Because your why to me is just an excuse because you don't know about it. You weren't interested. And you weren't worried about it. You weren't researching. Yeah. But you're all for these. You're all like these arguments here that you're hearing now. Yeah, I mean, it's cut and blow. It's cut and dry, innit? Right, it's it. It's just black and white. That's it, innit? That's what's going on with the outrage. Front page of the Mirror. Shameful. Sexism, sleaze and bullying rife in police claim. Former officers. Front page of the Mirror. Yeah. Second page. Public fat cats. Kim Kardashian. Frankie Dettori. EU vaccine. Flipping through the pages. Lockdown protest. NHS operation weights up 18,000%. Yeah? 18,000%. The shocking statistic means there are now more than 300,000 patients who still need treatment after 12 months or more. Yeah? Mad. See again. I ain't seen nothing yet, you know. Are we on 11 pages in? Man are talking about Lorima, rest in peace. Get me? Rest in peace. Yeah. Let's see. Missing white man on the boat. Man talking about line of duty star. An actor, excuse me, Newsnight. Russia. The voice of treason, COVID. Boris Johnson. And then we got flipping What's the Gossip with Jessie J. Then we got Lady Gaga. Yeah. Okay. Mum giving her mum's kidney gift. Yeah. Mum gave her child a kidney. Get me? Yeah. A kid got stabbed and he's fighting for his life. Page 27. Yeah. Page 27. Small, like, corner of it. You get me? Yeah. Record sales of records is more important than this woman and her child going missing. Record sales of records and a man building a home in the Arctic is more important than this woman and her child going missing. Get me? And then they're onto TV. Then they're onto flipping TV. Then they're talking about the Duchess. You got mad, blood. You got mad, and you're gonna tell me about fucking, excuse my French, this young lady. Rest in peace to her, innit? Like, obviously, nobody don't wish death on people, and obviously know what she didn't deserve to die in it. But neither did this other lady from the Philippines or her child. You get me? It's equally as emotive. It's equally as fucking disgusting. And some people could argue more because her child was also bludgeoned to death. But ain't no motherfucker speaking out about that, though. Ain't no motherfucker standing up and saying, oh my God, what happened to Benelin? Huh? I can't know we don't want to talk about Benelin. It's a mad thing. It's a mad thing. Fed up. Get me? Fed up. So hear the joke. Hear the joke. See for today. See for today. You lot can say her name. Say her name. Get me? Say her name. Get me? Say rest in peace. Get me? But it's equally as bad. Get me? Equally as bad. Where's the outrage? Get me? Where we at? Where's the outrage? Why are we not talking? Where's the vigils? Get me? For her and her child. Come on, man. Are you telling me that we're hypocrites? Come on, man. This young woman, 25. Life taken, child gone, 2 years old. They even live life yet. Listen, man. Listen. That's what I'm saying, Stu. This is what I'm saying, Stu. This is the point I've been making. Like, why is this not big news? Why is this not big news? Why are we holding vigils and fighting down men and men are the animals and men need to do this and watch themselves and so on and so forth? Yeah. And yeah, there are issues that men have, and enough men need to pull up their brethren and even pull up yourselves as well, yeah? Or ourselves. Yeah, I'll say that as a collective. Yeah? Trust me on that. But this woman and her child's life is equally as important as Sarah Everhard. Equally as important. Do you get me? So I want to see the people that was chatting shit about the protest and about the police and so stuff and so. Do you understand me? Get on here and defend the thing. Get on here and defend the thing. So I can tell you about yourself. Get me? And let's unite this, unite that. Could this say uniting? Because she's left out of it. Where's the unity for her? It just sounds like it's a rascal ideology that you don't even believe in. Listen. This is the thing about it. Like, when it comes onto these things, come on, Hassan, you know the thing. Come on, Hassan. You know the damn thing. You don't even need to say no more. Get me? Poor woman. Killed, her and her child, bludgeoned with a hammer, you know. She was missing from February, you know. From February, you know. And this one other woman just come bypass everything, the whole of it. Big search party, quay out in Kent. You understand what I'm saying to you? Look how long it took to find this woman here. Listen, don't cheese me off today, you know. I know what's gonna happen. They're gonna run. They're gonna run. They're not gonna want to come on there today. That's the thing. They're not gonna want to come on there today and talk about this and tell me why they don't know about it and why they're not kicking up fuss about it. You get me? Half of you are just follow fashion. Literally just follow fashion. Just follow what the trend is. You don't even know what you're fucking campaigning for or shouting off about. Get me? Just following fashion. Get me? Come on, man. It's mad. Do you know what, Hassan? I agree with you, bro. But sometimes you gotta call out the older generation on their bullshit for the younger people. So the younger people can know how not to. You get me? And also know hypocrisy when they see it. You get me? And see that some people, they only have an agenda. That's it. Only have an agenda. And it's not, the agenda isn't for the betterment of anybody. You get what I'm saying? Anyway. Who want to forget it can get it. On this subject here, who want to forget it can get it. Because this poor woman and her child didn't deserve to go. And it deserved the same focus, the same love, the same outrage. Do you understand me? If not more. If not more. But yeah, anyway. Come on. See what I go on. Get me? See what I go on. See who wants some of this. Get me? Who wants to talk about this situation. I'm telling you, people will hide from it. People will hide from it and say, oh, yeah, you get me? Oh, I didn't know. Like, why don't you? And not specifically like people that don't know genuinely because they're not searching or they're not in a region and that. I'm talking about those that are campaigning for all this stuff that they're campaigning for and talking all the talk they're talking. How come you lot didn't know about this stuff? How come you lot ain't pulling this up? Because to be fair, like, if I was arguing how you guys argue, this would be one of the tools I would use or weapons I would use to say, look, this furthers my argument. You get what I'm saying? Like, you could use this to actually further your argument and your agenda. And what do you do? What do? You bypass the poor woman and her child. You get me? Mad thing. Yeah, I'm calling hypocrisy. I'm calling a sham. I'm calling an agenda. Get me? An agenda against male and men. Get me? Males, plural, and men. Get me? That's what I'm calling. Yeah, and there's people trying to hijack it. So these men haters sitting down there trying to hijack it and turn it into something that it's not. You get me? And then you got the other people now, like, what's her name? What did I say her name was? Nusrit Metab. Yeah, Nusrit, who's recently come out saying that the police were doing things like sending pornography videos to each other within their groups, in private groups, and all kinds of stuff. You know, like general men things and that. And one of the things that she suggested was kind of disgusting, to be fair, saying that men would, like, when they're passing, would purposely rub against them in order to do so, to rub against their breasts and stuff like that. Things like that. Yeah, if you can ascertain that is actually if you can ascertain that that's actually true and that's the intention behind it, then yeah, that, me personally, I'm saying that's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, one that, yeah, fire for that. Do you get me? At the same time, did you not bring, like, your police officers? Like, did you bring claims against these people? Do you know what I'm saying? Was there sexual abuse claims and sexual harassment claims or sexual misconduct claims and stuff like that made? It'd be interesting to know if any of those things. Do you get me? So let me see. Okay, so the former female cops come forwards as figures reveal more than a third of 666 reports of domestic abuse related incidents and offences perpetrated by police officers in the UK's 45 forces came from the Metropolitan Police. A third of the UK's domestic abuse happens within the Metropolitan Police. Metropolitan Police, sorry. Yeah, and obviously they were talking about the low levels of convictions for rapes and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, and also they mentioned about nightclubs having undercover police officers and that the rapes and stuff like that went down by a third. But I'm going to focus on this man-hating agenda and what seemingly seems to be this agenda against. Again, one I'm not really emotionally attached to because they haven't been great to me in my life. I don't really deal with them. But the agenda against the police and defunding the police and stuff. And I would always campaign more for reform as opposed to defund and scrap. Reform, re-educate, retrain. You get me? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, those things there, that's what I'd campaign for. I'd never be saying that, oh, because certain police officers are dickheads, that we should get rid of the police full stop. Who's gonna deal with the bullshit? Who's gonna deal with the crime? Do you think not having police will lead to no crime? Do you think?
Well, you say martial law.
Again, and who decides what punishment is suitable? Who decides if someone is actually guilty? Who decides what's classified as evidence that can be?
I think we let the Muslims decide, man. Let the Muslims decide. Mashallah.
Decide what?
Mashallah.
I don't stand for any of that rubbish.
I'm only playing, man. Y'all say martial law. I'm making it sound like martial law.
No martial law, bro.
You know what though? I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I got a feeling that we can't really escape it, man, because people are getting too smart, innit? When people get too smart, the people it breaks the chain of command, innit? So the people at the top have to get deceptive, and there has to be some type of atrocities happening, innit? People might start dead. Our people are too smart out here, man. We're gonna start asking for more. You know, like that. There's gonna be a point where the more we're asking for becomes too much.
Yeah, it's true. Well, to be fair, there's people out there, they're even trying to ask right now. You're not trying to ask, bro. They're trying to tech. You get
I
me?
hear you still. There's that as well. There's that.
Mm.
And that side of it too. Yeah.
Come on. Listen, just quick announcement. Hassan, type for me in the chat, bro. Hassan, just type something for me in the chat, bro, please. Anything. No, not just obviously respectful, innit? Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, did you hear what I was talking about with this young lady, Benelin?
No, do you know what? I cut out and then I was in the food shop. The man had me waiting around. I didn't even know how long, playing all Joe and them thing there in the shop, playing all sweet songs. I'm like, oh, the brethren. If I turn off the R&B, just stick to the phone. What happened here?
Come on.
So what am I going to do to that? Talk to me. What happened?
So I'm saying like there's no tragedy. I mean, not tragedy. Obviously, the tragedy. Sorry, my bad. There's no outrage. There's no news. There's no jump up and down. There's no weeping and moaning and reaching of teeth. You get me? There's none of that for this poor Filipino woman that was murdered with her child. You get me? And body found in Scotland, bludgeoned to death with a hammer.
Bludgeoned. Hold on. What? Bludgeoned, yeah? You're using them big words, yeah?
Bro,
She got melee.
Bro, I'm a big man, bro. Come on. Big words, fam. I don't understand.
So hold on, cuz you're saying she got meleeed, yeah?
Fam, listen. I'm not even trying to joke about it, bro. Get me? But yeah, bro. She got hammered, bro. Man used a hammer.
Oh, listen. Now that's not. You have to be a seriously sick person to do something like that, you know. That's up close and personal. Yeah, that's mad. That's mad. And they ain't said nothing about it in the news at all.
Nope. Not really. It's in the Bristol Post, G.
Okay. Yeah, but they don't want to tell people things like that, man. They want to direct their attention where they want it directed, innit? Like, it's about collecting energy, innit? You know, and making people, you know, all get together on one subject so we can push an agenda. It's not about people, you know, looking at real stuff. Like, that's some real stuff going on right there, B. Someone got bludgeoned to death with a hammer.
Yeah.
That sounds like something out of a movie. That don't even sound real.
Yeah, bro. Bro, listen, and not someone and their child.
Nah, you're joking. And their child.
Bro, both.
They bludgeoned the child.
Bro, 2 years old.
How do you bludgeon a child? Explain that.
Bro, listen.
Why can't you hold something?
Bro, I can't. Listen, I can't explain. I don't even want to think about it. You get me?
Yeah, that's all mad, bro. I don't know about all of that. Can you carry something? I don't know about all of that, man. That's crazy, man.
I know you lot.
Well, how old was the child?
2.
Flipping hell, bro. But they're talking about, you know, all this women business, you know, women are vulnerable. No, sir. What, that child ain't vulnerable?
Listen,
the child got,
you lot have sold this thing, you lot have so much on this thing, but you didn't even know what going on in this something. You didn't even know. You weren't even aware of this. Get me?
Yeah, that's something.
Like I just said before you jumped on, if I had a specific argument against men, yeah, this would be a brilliant weapon to use for my argument.
He's over there.
Yeah, there's a reason why people are blinded to this situation.
Yeah, that's all mad, bro.
Yeah.
That is mad.
And the other day, I'm not gonna lie, I saw bare energy. Bare energy, bro. Bare energy for men. And men are and rare in the light of this young English woman being murdered.
And all men have to change, and all men are this, and all men are that. I ain't hearing that bullshit, man.
But in the light of this young Asian lady, nobody got nothing to say. Nada.
Yeah, I'm hearing you
Feminists are
still.
quiet. The feminists are
Yeah,
quiet
but
because the Filipinos don't bring the money like the black people. So they can scream BLM because the BLM is going to bring them some money. Understand? They're not going to. They're not going to shout out. They're not going to shout PHLM. You get me?
yeah, I hear you still. I hear you.
Yeah. Because they ain't bringing them that money like that. You know what
I
I'm
hear
saying?
you, fam.
So that's why I say straight from the onset and from the outset and from the very concept, my mind is saying, I'm keeping it.
Haven't seen her since we've been in this lockdown.
Yeah, that's all mad, bro. That's just all
Get me?
mad. I've
Yeah,
never heard of
Kazi,
nothing like that in my life.
I hear Kazi in the background there. Well, I'm cuz.
Yeah.
One brother.
You
Come
can't even
on,
hear
man.
you because you're in the headset.
Mm.
Oh, let me go on mute for a sec. I might cut out more, so I'll jump back on there. Let me put it on charge.
Right, stay on. Mm. Come on, man. I'm just in my back in the little patio now. You get me? Yeah, picnic them's home and everything. When I forgot outside now for that cigarette and all them stupidness. But yeah, man. Hassan, did you see your thing, bro? Did you see it, bro? Did you see it, Hassan? Hassan, I know what they mean, you know. I know what they mean, bro. You get me? But yeah, I hope you saw your thing, bro. That's me. That's respect. Get me? Respect to you, G. Get me? We don't have the same thoughts and that, but we can have the same intentions for humanity and our brethren. Yeah? That's how I can see in it. You don't have to be from the same side of the coin to want the same for all people in that sense. You get me? So yeah. And that's even if that's and don't get me wrong, I'm not a liberal. So I'm not saying and say, oh, let's all live in one and harmony and so on and so forth. I'm saying, listen, if you want to live in harmony, do that. If you want to live separate, do that. Just do it with love. You get me? That's it. Just do it with love, man. You don't want to chat to someone, do it with love. If you got to admonish someone for their behavior, do it with love. You get me? Take the hate out of it. Take the malice. You get me? It's perfect words. Do it with love, man. Trust me. I'll tell you one thing it does. Takes the emotion out of it in terms of anger, negative emotion. Get me? You know what I'm saying? There's ways to do things, man. Gotta learn how to do these things, how to tell each other that we're wrong, even. You know what I'm saying? We're not all perfect. I'm not perfect. Come on, man. You don't heard me on these things, man. I'm far from it. Get me? Get me? But same as what was said earlier by Gurdeep, innit? We try to keep the mind in a constant state of evolution. Get me? Constant state of evolution. Get me? Big up Skyworks for them, thought-provoking, get me, lines there. It's a mad thing. Get me? It's important we look at those things. Get me? Constant evolution, people. Get me? So, people, how have your minds evolved over the last years? Tell me how your mind's evolved, or if you feel it has, or hasn't. Again, that's one of the things I'm really interested to know. You get me? Is how people have got through this lockdown sitch. You get me? How you've evolved. You get me? How you've managed to get yourself, for example, maybe new hobbies or new skills, or do you know what I mean? Little things like that. What have you done that you have not done for a long time? Do you know what I mean? Like, do you know one of the things I haven't done for ages was gardening. Yeah, I swear to you, I spent 3 days solid. Yeah, like literally, I'm one of them people. Yeah, I'm a gutter in it. That's my satisfaction in it, gutting something and going from the very top in it. So, like literally, I spent probably 3 days. Yeah, and you know how the thing go in it. Like my people, them is Jamaican in it, so we were Jamaican style in it. Yeah, and I'm gonna say it in a Jamaican way. Yeah, just me and my machete. Yeah, that's machete for the English people. Yeah, like so I got my dad's army machete that he's had for years. You get me? So I've got that. That's what I was using to just chop up everything. You get me? I even use it to chop up the grass here and then I got the fork obviously and turned it over. Get me? But yeah, I found gardening. Gardening was one. I was flipping. Yeah, it was really good. really good that I hadn't done that since a kid, and I found that really therapeutic in that sense. Yeah, so gardening was one. Get me? Yeah, I started to learn the bass guitar. Even though I started that before that, I started to practice more. Yeah, even though it died down now, but I went back on it the other day, and I swear I feel better than when I was going constant. I feel much better. I feel more relaxed. I feel like the tunes that I was struggling with before, like I'm better at. I'm just more relaxed with it for some reason. I think the break done a good thing in it. So I try not to break as much, but I'm trying to maintain the same level of relaxation within. Do you get me? To be able to let my fingers do the work along the guitar. You get me? But yeah, that's why I'm playing the bass guitar. That's another skill that I say that I acquired. I mean, I haven't learned all the notes and stuff like that, but I can what we call tabs. I can play quite a few songs. I say quite a few, probably about 15, 20. Probably about 15, 20 from knowing the tabs and stuff like that. So it's getting there, man. It's getting there. I'm trying to branch into some reggae. The reggae ones are kind of complicated as well, to be fair. They're a little bit more complicated and a lot more up and down on the strings with the fingers, which then takes a lot of mastering and practicing. And obviously someone learning from scratch and self-taught, or for the most part YouTube taught. Yeah, and obviously I tried to book lessons before we went to lockdown, and the place I booked with, they're quite well known, and so it's a struggle to get a spot. And then obviously you went into a lockdown, so there's been no guitar lessons. But yeah, I'd love to like go. That would be a great thing, to be fair, to just pick up a skill or something like that, a hobby, and be able to take it forwards into something else. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's to just do like a one jam session somewhere. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that would be absolutely awesome. Do you know what I'm saying? I'll be able to even compose bass lines or play bass lines for certain artists. You know what I'm saying? Like just from actually having no knowledge of a guitar or the notes or keys or whatever. So I think yeah, those are little skills that I learned. Get me? Like yeah, and I said before I went back to the basics of my industry. So back to the basics of my PTing and the basics of exercise. And yeah, we could chuck as much weights as we want on some of our clients, but if they can't do a press up, what's the point? Do you get what I'm saying? Don't make no sense. They can't do a press up, they can't do a sit up. A man's chucking all these weights on them using these fancy techniques. Get me? So yeah, back to the basics. Get me? Back to the grounding. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a few things, man, made me kind of like. It also made me get used to not playing sports, because I'd been injured and having an operation and that, and then obviously the sports ain't been played. It's made me get used to, I say, not having it or learning to cope, because before it was a coping mechanism as well as something I enjoyed and a hobby. You know what I'm saying? So it was something I used and that enabled me to cope with stresses of life or whatever I might go through in the week. Do you get me? So, and that's probably been the hardest part of the whole thing, you get me, is adjusting to that, the lockdown, not having that release. Do you know what I'm saying, in that sense? And like for some people, weight training is the one in it. Like for me, it doesn't do it for me in that sense. It doesn't give me the release I need. It's just something, a mechanism to train. Yeah, so it's just a mechanism to train, basically, for whatever purpose, whether it be to be aesthetically pleasing or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? For me, I've always needed to compete at 100% for a specific amount of time. Like I can play an 80-minute match of rugby and still feel like, yeah, I didn't burn enough energy, or I didn't get. Do you know what I mean? Like, and so when you look at that extremity of my character, and what I get out of playing sports, then you'd understand how actually going from that to zero is like, yeah, it literally just offsets your whole balance. You get me? So yeah, it'd be interesting to know what people learned throughout lockdown. Did you acquire any new skills? Did you, for example, did you do something that you'd never done before? Did you practice something that you'd not done for ages? Do you get me? Because to be fair, that's the time to do that. Like, you got to look at it like that. Like, and it's difficult to say. I know Urban can tell you, because he's been through the same situation in that sense, where there's different types of lockdown, and the lockdown that I've been under, you got no choice but to either further your mind or just stagnate, basically, and just remain in the same place. You get me? That's my opinion on that. That's the choice, isn't it? You can be stagnant or you can evolve. Do you get what I'm saying? I chose to evolve. Yeah, and I believe that this lockdown, if you looked at it in the right way, I just looked at it like literally a lesser version of that. And in fact, it was like, for me, it was like, although the final lockdown, like I said, was more difficult to deal with, that's because of the back and forth. In the same way that I knew that going back and forth in and out of prison would chuck me down. I knew that I wouldn't be able to cope with going back and forth. So that's why I made sure that I wouldn't go back and forth. Do you know what I'm saying? By changing my life. So with this lockdown, it's just a pattern that I just was trying to avoid, isn't it? In and out, in and out, in and out. So, albeit in small increments, yeah, much smaller increments. But at the same time, it was like, yeah, it was a mind fuck, for want of a better word. You get me? It was a struggle to deal with in that sense. But at the same time, I still maintained focus on certain things. Like, for example, knowing that the gyms weren't open. At one point, it didn't affect me because I was in the gym. I was getting paid furlough money anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? And I was still doing my clients online and so on and so forth. And then I decided that, do you know what? Why am I happy or why am I cool living off this amount? Do you know what I'm saying? And I wasn't. You get me? But I had to tell myself, you know, you got to get up and do something else. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you got to do sometimes. Like, sometimes you got to recognize that you're stagnating. Sometimes you got to recognize that actually something might go on longer than you envisage. So you've got to plan for that, for worst case scenario. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, and plan for that. And then when worst case scenario doesn't happen that you've planned for, yeah, and everything's back to how you know it would be or whatever, yeah, that worst case scenario, you may not even need it again. It might just be sitting there and it can always be your worst case scenario or your little thing for the future. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing about it, yeah. So, yeah, I think if you didn't gain anything throughout the lockdown, you was a glass half empty person. That's how I see it. I think the lockdown specifically was an opportunity for people to grow and evolve, whether it be a mindset, a skill set, or something. There was literally the biggest opportunity that you've probably had, or a lot of people have had throughout their lives. Like, if you've been working throughout the whole thing, then I get it. But for a lot of people working from home and different things like that, this has been one of the biggest opportunities that you're going to get in your adult life to evolve. Do you get me? Without all the distractions. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's mental. If you didn't evolve, do you understand me? You have to question yourself. What kind of person am I? Why didn't I evolve? Why didn't I feel like I gained anything, an insight into me, myself, the people around me? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you need, honestly, that's one thing I'm going to say, especially on these streams, because there's people that have been around people all day. I see it. There's people that are on these streams all day, Monday to Friday, evenings, everything. I can go on, come off, go work, come back. Man are on there. You get me? Women are on there. You get me? Just chatting off their mat. You get me? So, yeah, at some point, you should have got a good insight into what you're around. And then once you've gotten that insight, the question is, why do you let it affect you so much? For you to be enraged at everything they say. You get me? Like, why do you feel so enraged about people and what they say? Like, because you've had a disagreement with them the day before. When do we start to draw the line in the sand and say, do you know what, boom, that's past now? Do you get me? Because that's what I see a lot of people doing as well. Like, big up to each one that will get a mention. You get me? You got Ralph calling Wendy racist, Wendy calling Ralph racist for actions. Then Jupiter's getting pulled in, and different people getting pulled in, and it's like, fucking hell. And then when I ask the question, how long has this been? When I say this time, that time, and I'm like, what? Are you man still regurgitating the same argument? Literally, like, if I listen, if you're a theist and you want an argument against evolution, yeah, use them, man. Use those people. If you're a theist and you want to argue against evolution, use these people on these streams because they ain't evolved for shit. Get me? When they're coming on with the same behavior, the same argument from 8, 9, 10 months ago and just regurgitating it over and over and again. Get me? Let bygones be bygones, man, or just don't deal with people. That's it, man. Like, we ain't gotta be arguing all the time. Get me? Yes, see, I'm talking about you. All up in the chat. You get me? Yo, big up Droops. But yeah, man. Just let it go. Get me? Like Elsa and them people there in, is it Frozen? I bet I got it wrong, innit? Let it go. Let it go. Yeah. Do that thing there, man. Just let it go, man. It's not important, man. No, I'm not saying it's not important. It is important, some of it, yeah. But we can't change it. And we can't do nothing about it. And keep on going over it again and 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 again. Every single time you're on with someone, every time you're on with someone that's had the same argument with you, it's not changing it. It's not doing nothing. And all it does is just the same repetitive actions. So now, I will say that people are now comfortable in these situations. Comfortable in conflict. Not everyone, not all sides, because there's some that you clearly see that love the thing. You get me? By the levels they go to. But yeah, people seem to be comfortable with it. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, yeah, there's a huge amount of like, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? Do you know what I mean? And that comes from just incessant stupidness as well. Like, especially like, for example, people mention Wendy and Ralph. Wendy's apologized, Ralph's never gonna apologize. The fuck you want to expect to happen now? What do you expect to happen now? Going forward? Literally, what do you want to expect? What do you expect? Man, just live your life, man. Shit. Live your life. Stick on the topic that's there and get on with it, man. Trust me. Ain't nobody got time for that. Feel me? But yeah, big up Drooper in the chat. Get me? I'm sure you can see the chat. Them man have been keeping it respectful. Get me? Get me? Big up Hassan, my new mod. Out here, you get me? My first Islamic mod out here. You get me? Yeah? Come on. Showing you, man. Get me? Come on. The brother's a good brother from what I can see. Get me? He might troll other people with that. I see him troll other people, to be fair. But yeah, he's show man bare respect. You get me? Come on, man. Come on. He's a big supporter, Hassan. Big up yourself, Hassan, every day, brother. Come on. Yeah. Trooper, jump on, man. Hey, I got a question to ask you anyway about this lady that's on the my picture. You get me? Yeah, some of those personal things, man. Like I'm like literally, I'm just like, whoa, like honestly, some of them I'm like, yo. I was listening the other day and I was like, yo, I refused to jump on to even have my name. I think I made the mistake in the past in some occasions, like I've been on the panel when these things happen and either sometimes I'll try and keep the peace, sometimes I'll just be there and there'll be things that I said that are funny and I'll laugh and little things like that. And yeah, next thing you know, like, boom, man, I'm popping at you, like, right, why you like, shut up, man. But anyway, yeah, I think in that sense, yeah, maybe sometimes it's a mistake to even be on. So recently I just said, you know what, when anything is going on, I'm not even jumping on stuff, so I don't even want my name even linked to those comments. You get me? Right, you was on the show and right. Because sometimes them men are on there and I'm not even listening. You get me? I'm just doing something. I might be cooking or whatever. You get me? Writing down some sessions and stuff like that. And then I'll hear something. I'll be like, what? You get me? But yeah, it's mad. So I don't even want to be like even put into no panel when those things are said, because some of the things I'm hearing is just like, wow, it's deep, man. It's deep. Get me? It's deep. And this is the thing in it. At what level do you get to when there's a clear? I'm going to use the word hatred, and I'm going to use it in a loose term, in it, but a clear dislike, a clear resentment of someone or someone's actions. Yeah. In light of those things, yeah, clear resentment. What's the best thing to do? You've hashed out your resentment. They've hashed out their resentment, and I think partly is because we don't know how to talk to each other, to air our differences out. We don't know how to talk to each other, how to get our points across. Get me? So when a man's upsetting someone now, man, I say, no, you upset me. Hang on a minute, change the way you talk if you don't want that person to come back at you in a way that will be argumentative, because straight away you throw an accusation out there, so people are going to get defensive. You get me? And then all of a sudden now you got an argument on hand. The man are looking for something because they're in defense mode. They're looking for something against you. You get what I'm saying? Looking for something against you. And the other thing is, if you're on the receiving end of the backlashes, or what seemingly is to be a backlash from some people, understand they know you're going to react. They know what you're going to do. They know what you're going to say. And also, they might want you to say the things that you said before. They might want you to lose your shit and go down that road. Get me? Like, it's mad. It's mad. Get me? But yeah, here we go. Queen B up in the place. Yo, big up, Jupes.
So what are you saying about me, mate? No, I'm
Yeah,
joking.
you fucking, you're fucking lippy, mate. You want to have some of this shit? I'll fucking have you, mate. And you have what? Whoa. Joking. I'm joking.
What's the lady? What did you want me to?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you. Do you know this woman in this picture? And to be fair, you're not one of those crazy feminist women that I'm talking about. But I just want to know if you knew this woman in this picture.
No, who is she?
Okay, her name's Benelin. Yeah, so she went missing mid-February. Yeah.
Wow.
From Bristol. Yeah, her and her child. And
Okay.
was found yesterday or last night. Her and her daughter both bludgeoned to death in Scotland. She lived in Bristol, yeah. So she was wherever taken, gone to Scotland or whatever, taken, bludgeoned, her and her child, 2-year-old daughter, bludgeoned. And for me, I'm like,
oh, is it an ex-partner? Probably.
no, it doesn't say, to be fair. There's not really any clarity on that in that sense, to be fair. It's just some guy that's he works with computers, IT, works in IT, that's charged with it. And he's been remanded in custody. But for me, I'm like, we've not seen no outrage. Like, and this has been going on since before the Sarah Everard thing, yeah? So clearly, for me, the Sarah Everard thing is then part of an agenda. Because
Definitely.
why are we focusing on this one situation when we've got another situation within our shores that is seemingly, in my eyes, probably worse, right? Because it's not probably is worse in my eyes. People are allowed to have their own opinion on what they think is worse or not, but in my eyes, this is worse because a woman and her child, have been bludgeoned like with a hammer, like so. And I emphasize those points and I mean to be graphic. So I'm sorry if it makes you scream or it makes you, if it doesn't resonate with you in that way. It's not meant to. It doesn't resonate with me, and that's why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. I'm not aiming at YouTube, to be fair, yeah, but just for the people listening, if they feel like I'm saying it in a way and I'm emphasizing it, I am emphasizing it because I want you to understand what's going on and see.
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't like saying one murder's worse than another, right? Or one rape is worse than another, or because to me it's a bit like saying one slavery is worse than another. I think all slavery is wrong, all rape is wrong, all murders are wrong. Do you know what I mean? I think you can start insulting people without meaning to, depending on where their loved one is on the gradient.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that there's definitely an agenda. It's obvious there's an agenda, and it's I don't know if you will say the agenda's the same. I'm guessing that you're going to go from the race angle, but for me, I just think it's a divide and conquer tactic. I think they know that the race divide and conquer tactic didn't work successfully enough for them. They was hoping they were. This is what I believe. Those that are instigating were hoping that the racial clashes would have kicked off by now, and so now they're trying to do the divide down the lines of male against female. That's how I see it. People might say, "Nah, that's not happening," but that's how I see it. I can see this anti-man agenda really building.
So,
yeah, go on.
To be fair, I weren't coming at this thing from a race angle. I do understand that the fact that she's not a white English female would mean that it would potentially not resonate with the masses as the situation that they have put to the forefront has.
Yes,
that much, yeah. And I also understand those that campaign and are very, very much, in my opinion, selective in their outrage, have no idea, and those that do don't really give a shit about this Filipino woman, right? So it's not so much a race thing, it's an ethnicity thing in that sense, right? They couldn't latch onto her ethnicity because it wouldn't resonate with the people the same way that a young blonde English lady does, okay? And so, yeah, in that sense, I am outraged at that because I'm saying, well, where's the outrage for this lady? And the other part of it, I said earlier, is if you wanted a tool to beat down men with, yeah, this would have been a perfect one to jump on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you've missed the trick because what? She's Filipino.
Well, personally, I don't think they should be beating down men. I think, look, this is people are losing touch with reality, right? And it doesn't matter how much change is inevitable. Let me start there. Change is inevitable for everybody, right? Because when you live in a country that's forever progressive, and progress isn't a bad word like people like to say it is, but when you live in a country that's forever progressive, you're always going to evolve and do things differently. And there's always going to be some people that are uncomfortable with slight changes and stuff. So that's a given. But yes, it is uncomfortable that there's so much violence going on at the moment. Okay. But realistically, has it ever really changed? Realistically, if we look, can we really get rape has been around from eons of time. If you go back to the annals of history, or annals, however you say it, when you go back and you have a look, you will see that the rape was used as warfare way back, against men as much as with women. And it's always been in existence. Now, that doesn't mean that we should just accept that rape occurs or that violence against women occurs. No, we should find ways of dealing with it. But to just blame one section of the society, I disagree. Because to me, when you, I don't know if you've seen any of these stories in the paper with these teachers. There was a teacher, I think it was about 3 days ago, that also got bludgeoned to death, actually, for having an affair with a 15-year-old and her husband, who was an ex-convict that she'd started her relationship with when she was a probation officer.
Oh, shit.
He bludgeoned his wife to death because and nearly killed the 15-year-old because they were having an affair because she'd become a school teacher. To me, even though they've written that up as in a relationship, actually, if she's coerced him into sex, as far as I'm concerned, that's rape.
they're looking at changing those rules as well now, so that teachers can't actually sleep. It's illegal for them to sleep with 16, 17-year-olds as well that have been in their care, which is good.
Yeah,
it's good. Because it does show, it can show that because it doesn't take away, just because you make it illegal for them to sleep with them, it doesn't take an element of grooming and then waiting for the age of consent
you know.
to then live out their nastiness. So yeah, in that sense, I definitely agree that that should be looked at to protect them young people from grooming.
Plus, there also used to be what they called crimes of passion. Some countries got rid of that because they said that people don't lose their that it's an insult to the victims to say that it's understandable that somebody lost their temper out of jealousy or envy. But I don't know. Again, I think there's some merit to that. I think some people can lose their temper in a rage, a red mist of bitterness, disappointment, and all of it, all the emotions that are mixed up together that don't make it right. But I do think that it can happen. But going back to this agenda thing, I don't like the way that it's clearly a divide and conquer tactic. And even though we know that there was meant to be, I don't know how much you're into astrology, etc., and all that kind of stuff. But there is meant to be what they call a reset, and there is meant to be a matriarchal rising. And it does seem to be that those that are aware of all these prophecies and stuff are trying to sort of like make it a self-fulfilling prophecy, and they kind of push these agendas, but also so that they can have the control of the prophecy. So yeah, I don't know. I just think that a lot of these things have been planned for a very long time. That sometimes it naturally converses. They see an opportunity to push something, and other times it's plotted and planned. So I would say that this woman's death was not natural, but something that just so happened, and they've jumped onto the back of it. I think it shows disrespect, the movement that were there, doing what they did by jumping on the end of a vigil. I said that on Talk Radio. I went on Talk Radio.
I said that as well. These people are opportunists, right? So they see something like this, and there's straight away an opportunity to mobilize and jump on the bandwagon and let's further our cause. And because the other part that was happening was these same feminists were then starting to talk about, oh, we stand with BLM, like, okay,
yeah,
okay, well, but we don't want to emasculate our men. We cool with our masculinity. We are fine, like being able to teach our children and young men to behave better. We cool with that suggestion. I am cool with that suggestion. Yeah, I'm cool with us behaving better, full stop, as a human race. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, what I'm not cool with is you putting all men into a category and then screaming shit like they need to be locked up at 6 p.m. and stuff like that. That's just some
exactly. Well, it wouldn't work anyway, would it? I mean, let's be honest. We have night workers in this country. We have certain parts of the country that is 24 hours. We have well, who would enforce it? If you see, this is a kind of weird thing. So they're saying that all the police officers are corrupt. Again, they're generalizing. They're saying all male police officers are corrupt and are against the people, but they're going to lock up all men at 6 o'clock. So who's going to be left out there? Just the police officers. It don't make sense.
Or just the police women. And then when it really does kick off, we've only got a little 5'3" police women to come and deal with the situation. And that's not to say there's not some kick-ass women police officers, but you know, when you look at it on average, if it's kicking off in, for example, a club or a pub, like you're gonna need some big burly motherfuckers to go there and deal with the situation. Do you get what I'm saying? And
no, definitely. For me, it's not feasible. I also think that it's ridiculous. I think it's bringing about inequality and not equality. And like I've always said before, we need to bring back the balance. Some of these protestations that this third wave or even fourth wave of feminists are now doing is ridiculous. It's like they're trying to find excuses to be relevant, and they jump onto any old thing and push it and promote it. A, for the money, and B, just because they want more and more power. And this is what went wrong with. This is what's gone wrong with a lot of things. For example, that trying to promote paedophilia as something that is that should be accepted as a sexual choice, which you do find some people stating this fact right at the very edge of like the far left liberalism. And then you get other women saying that transgenders, you can't say that's a transgender woman. You have to say just woman, when of course they're not a woman. They can't have a child. And they don't menstruate. I don't mean to be graphic, but it's the truth. And similar things like this, or promoting. And I know that I'm going to upset some people that are homosexual, but I don't intend to. I don't see anything wrong with people going off and being homosexual if they're over the age of consent, and whatever they do in their bedrooms, that's up to them. But when we start promoting it as let me say as main and not mainstream, as equal in number as a nuclear family, then that's when we're being ridiculous. And all these things have happened, but you see, people have to be aware of the politics that are really going on, Motion, because everybody on the right will say, including the extreme right, oh, look at these liberals, liberalism is wrong. Okay. Well, actually, being liberal isn't wrong, only extreme liberalism is disgusting. And the extreme liberals don't even understand that by their own actions, they are pushing for stuff that it actually is aiding the extreme right into bringing in fascism and taking away democracy, taking away our rights, taking away our freedom of speech, taking away our rights to do anything, and ushering in
freedom of speech gone?
Could end up with dictatorship.
Do you think the far right want freedom of speech gone, considering that's what they cry about all the time?
Yeah, no, but if you don't, well, you need to understand the difference between the far right then. Yeah, let me play something for you. I'll play you something.
I don't really listen to them, if I'm honest with you, to be fair. I don't. Yeah,
I'll play you something. It's not long. I'll play it for you. Hold on one sec.
the far right. The far.
Oh, I can't. It's because I'm on the phone. It'll shut it down.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, which is a shame. But yeah, what I was going to play for you is James Goddard. Actually, he did a little speech. He mentioned me and Wendy actually. And James Goddard is what we would call extreme right. He's not far right. He's extreme right. He supports Mark Collett and all those nasty bastards. And he doesn't want freedom of speech. He doesn't agree with freedom of speech. He thinks that freedom of speech makes people snowflakes, right? Okay. So what he does is he helps to push the liberal. Oh God, how does he put it now? That all liberalism is wrong. That you should get rid of all liberalism. That it's always the left, and that they are the mortal enemy, and so are, in his attitude, and so are people like me, just right of centre, because we might as well be lefties. He considers us a lefty because we do think that liberalism is okay as long as it's not to the extreme. And because we do fight for freedom of speech, which is our right. He knows full well that if our freedom of speech is taken away, and don't be surprised that these extreme right will use freedom of speech to the maximum while they can. But knows if it's taken away, if people lose their voice, they're easier to control.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
I think
So,
I think they're quite good at deflecting from the real issues or from the real causes of the issues. That's one thing I found listening to them and actually listening to them and having conversations is like, I'm hearing
Yeah.
your argument, but your argument's aimed at the wrong place. Your argument's to the wrong people, and like it's just strange listening to them, and that's not just that said. Again, you look at the people that are on the opposite side of that, or even those that are the same side, the different side of the same coin. Yeah, there's not much difference.
There's a big difference, and it depends on how extreme you are, where you land up.
Extreme left and extreme right.
No. Oh yeah, extreme left and extreme right, they're in bed together.
Literally, there's no difference between them to me in their behaviors and how they want to force their ideologies upon people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because what they both want, both groups want to get rid of authority as it is at the moment. Both groups have a hatred of Jewish people. Both groups believe in the conspiracy theories, even when it gets ridiculous. And what they want to do is take over. Right. One group believes that once they've done the anarchy, then they'll bring in communism, and the other group believes that they'll do it by having complete dictatorship. But in both cases, you lose your right to choose. And that's what's disturbing. Because I like living in a society where, for example, you know, me personally, I could easily be affected straight away, because they may say that they may go back to a loving situation like in America and say that, you know, you're not allowed to marry outside your race. That would affect me badly. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying.
And a lot of this is possible. Or they'll say that you're not allowed to earn over a certain amount, because if you do, the person next to you will be less wealthy if you have it under communism, and therefore, you know, everyone's got to be at a set wage, even if they do a more intricate or delicate job,
a more skilled job.
Yeah.
No, I get you. But that's what I say. They're the same side of this. They're the same side. The two different sides of the same coin. To me, is either by force. Is either you're going to accept it, or we're going to you're going to be downtrodden, basically.
Well, what they've done is coerced a lot of people into looking at the extreme right and say to them, look, all of these people on the right, anyone, even just right of centre, they're all racist. The left are not racist. This is what they've done. The right are racist and the left are not racist. And of course, obviously, there can be racists among the left. And all of those people on the right don't trust them. They're all Tory supporters, which is not necessarily, because I think many people have opened their eyes to the fact that the establishment is not much different right across the board. But anyway, that's another subject. And then they say to them, they've managed to put out here, so really the best place to be if you're moral is on the left, and you should push for these liberal ideas. And the liberalism has gone so extreme, like I said, that it goes full circle and it pushes everybody round into fascism. Now, unless people wake up and stay centre and just centre left or centre right, depending on, you know, what your preferences are, and just hold that middle ground, we could end up in some form of dictatorship and fascism. And people need to really, really understand what's going on, because there's not a lot of people that do. They don't understand that right at the top of the circle, that horseshoe they've already joined, that the only way to fight it is at the bottom, right in the centre, we have to stand firm so that there's a balance. Because we've got the masses and the majority with us. Normal people are normally around that nucleus, around the middle somehow.
Yeah, but what's happening is gradually that middle is dwindling, and people are finding themselves attached to causes that automatically make them one side because of the company they keep. So almost like guilt by association. So if for example, like me, right? If I stand for issues to do with the black community and maybe just say feeling oppressed as a black man, yeah, say I was putting that out there, yeah, I'd be called a lefty. Now I don't hold a left position. I hold a position of experience as a black man. And that's it. Do you get what I'm saying? And so depending on what you stand for, people then use these things to band you into a category, say, oh, you're a lefty. Well, actually, no, because there's many things that the left push that I'm not with. And I won't co-sign, right? So why would you ban me in that category because I feel and see as a man in my skin?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I totally agree with you. I think that identity politics has failed. Well, it hasn't failed. It's worked for the people in the minorities, those fringe groups that wanted it. I mean, do you know what I hate? One of the biggest things I hate, and I think I've even heard you say it, is I prefer an extreme right racist because they'll blatantly tell us they're racist, but far right are racist, but they won't tell you. And I think you're so wrong. What they call the far right is just basically right of centre, just like left of centre. They've been branded as racist, but like you say, by association.
So I don't think you've heard me say I prefer. I think you've probably heard me say that there's more discreet. Because again, like race issues, I don't really talk about too much, to be fair, apart from letting people like Ralph know that the concepts that you have, you like to belittle and put down into a category of you being indoctrinated by the left, not from a feeling of actually you are in the skin you are in. And before you was aware of any media indoctrination, you felt. And before you was aware of any headlines that was there, like for example, I'll give an example for myself, being a young lad playing football in my area and being told to go back to the jungle by a neighbor that lived across the road from me. Yeah, I was probably about 6 years old. You can't tell me I was indoctrinated by any fucking media.
Yeah,
that's experience, right? And so in that sense, what I will do is I'll clarify those situations and make it known that I'm not going to let you, not you personally, but those people come with this argument like, oh, the left is telling you this is racism. Actually, no. The person that would address me told me it was racism. Do you know what I'm saying? That's it. You know, so yeah, just leave it at that, man. But I'm not going to sit down and say, oh, I'd prefer this racist than that racist. To be fair, I'd prefer you just fucking stay away from me. Yeah. That's it. That's what I'd prefer.
How can I put it? See, I would agree with you, right? That statement to you as a kid was nasty. I would say that is racist and that is nasty. It's racialized language, okay? But I would also say, did that define you? Should you allow it to define you? And I would say no.
It didn't
you know,
and
looking at no, hold on, let me finish. And looking at you, I wouldn't say that it has defined you, if you know what I mean. You might remember that incident with anger and wish, oh, I wish I was an adult when that happened. He would have realised what he was saying to me. You couldn't get away with it, but it didn't make you believe that you was inferior. Do you know what I mean?
I would never have felt like that because, like for example, so when it happened, it was a woman that did it, yeah. So there was never a thought in my head as if I was older, this would have happened because number one, it was a woman that did it. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. And so just like automatically, do you know what? Nothing you can do. She's a grown woman, and I was always brought up to respect my elders, yeah. And I mean that is the first time ever, yeah, that I actually threw a stone to smash someone's window. First time ever, yeah. And
exactly, that's street life. That is.
For me, yeah, and for me, that was like my retribution, and that was that. Do you know what I mean? I understood exactly what she meant. I understood exactly what she said. Do you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. For me, that was that. Did I hold everybody to the same standard? Nah, I didn't, because I know it's not everybody, because there was many other people in my area that I grew up in that were cool. You get what I'm saying? And in fact, for the most part, everyone was cool. You get what I'm saying? And so why am I gonna hold everyone to that? And why am I gonna let the words of this old woman, yeah, because that's what she was an older lady. And to be fair, it was my mate's nan as well. That's the worst thing, it was my mate's nan. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And he married a black woman. Do you understand me? But anyway, yeah. But yeah, so I'm like, yo, this old woman, man, she's like, with all due respect, like, she's soon dead. Fuck her. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, as you get older though, don't you realise that people who make them statements, you know, that a lot of it's born out of ignorance, and that they only say it to hurt you at that moment in time. And they don't really uphold the rest of their life. See, this is my argument with Wendy, and I'm not trying to justify what she said, right? And I don't want to make this all about her either, but I'm just using an example because it's a good one, or myself even. You can talk about race in a contextualized way that for me can absolve a situation, and you will get a group of people saying no, you can't even use words in full, even if you're only in context or regurgitating. And then you get other people that say those things. Now, for me, the situation that you've described is worse because you was a kid and that was an adult. Okay, so there was a power play there that was really uneven and nasty. But when it comes to adults, I've often seen it. I've seen it from black people as well. You know, you get into a row, they don't really know you. It's a complete stranger. This is just to say, I don't know, you have an argument over parking or something, or being in a queue or something. And I've equally seen black people go, "Shut up, you white bitch," as I have white people say it in the reverse. Now, that doesn't mean to say I see it every day, because I don't, and I don't really see it that often. But I have seen it equally, but both ways. And I would say that to me, those situations, you could even look at them and go, "Fucking hell, them people are racist, aren't they?" Or you could just look at it and go, "No, actually, they're probably commoners who actually do live in amongst different races, and they feel no weight to it because they know that on a common level, it's just an insult because you've had a row." You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but for me, and this is the stance I've said before, and I will always say, for me, there is always something else. You're in my face, yeah? I have your features to dish you with. I have your clothing to dish you with. I have things I can't see, your home, your job, your attitude, how you speak, your eye color, everything to dish you about. Your ears, your nose, your lips, your teeth, your knees, your chicken legs, your chunky legs, your man breasts, anything that I can dish you about, your chicken wings, anything. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, all those things. Now imagine I just willed that off. I'm not even looking at anybody. Do you know what I'm saying? So if I can will that off,
do you know why I think they do it?
I'm a commoner. So if I can do that and make a conscious effort to do that, I believe when you take away the conscious effort to do that and you make a conscious effort to do the opposite, I'm not saying you are, but you leave yourself open to people interpreting your actions as that. And it's very, very hard to then justify your position or even qualify the position you took. That's where I stand on that. And yeah, that's about that in that sense. And again, like there's education, right? So once that person's educated, because I can take it as, okay, that's that first person, that's a lack of education, that's ignorance, that's complete stupidity, whatever, right? And that's somebody not really, that could be somebody not realizing. Again, like I said last week, you can give somebody the benefit of the doubt for that first one, yeah? And they've apologized and so on and so forth, and they take it back. After that, there's no more benefit of the doubt for me. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So yeah, I have to give you the benefit of the doubt the first time. Second, third I'm definitely not. This I'm characterizing it as this because you now know the value of your actions, yeah. And in which case you leave yourself open to the reaction that comes. So, and that's not just talking about Wendy, that's just talking about in general, yeah. Because obviously I spoke and she qualified that actually she was repeating what was said, and it was the same stream, etc., etc. So, yeah, I'll let that be.
Yeah, no, I'm not really talking about. I don't really want to make this about Wendy,
Yeah.
but the reason why I think they do it, right, and I could be wrong, but the reason why I think they do it is because when you other somebody, that they can't come back and go, well, look. If it's fatness, for example, if you go, shut up, you fat cunt, they can come back and go, oh, what you think you're skinny? Look at the state of you, yeah. If you go, you white bitch, yeah, immediately you've othered them into the other group, right? And they can't come back and go, well, look at you, you're pastier than me. If you're not, they can't. And for a mere second, it divides, and it really does put a divide there, and it throws you.
Well, I look at it like this. If I insult somebody because they've got, for example, if I insult a man because he's got man boobs, yeah, for example, I'm minimizing the amount of people who I'm gonna offend by talking about his man boobs, yeah. Like, so literally only the men with man boobs will probably feel personally offended, and then some people may feel offended for people with man boobs. But essentially, I'm just disrespecting that person about his features, yeah, in comparison to mine, yeah. Okay, in for the sake of an argument, these features are features he can change. He can work out, he can lose weight, he can do all kinds of things to change these things. Yeah, obviously, if I dish you out your nose and your lips, whatever, that's a bit more different. But yeah, certain things you can change, right? And also, if I call you a fat, chubby, cheap wanker, for example, or him, so for example, and he takes offense to it, he can go and get himself and work out and get his jaw more chiseled. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, so like again, those are things that you can work on. What I won't then do is, because this is how I see it, is like this. If I then turn around and said somebody, you white twat or something like that, yeah, and he didn't call me the N-word, I'd want to knock his head off. Now, given that information, yeah, given that information, my first job is to protect me. Not from him, but from myself, yeah, knowing that. So knowing that in my head, me, and again, this is relevant to the situation that we're talking about, yeah, also, yeah, knowing that in my head, knowing that if that comes at me, how I'm going to dislike it, if I open that door, there's a potential it might come. Just, yeah, you got to look at probability, because in arguments, that's what happens. All logic goes out the window. I'm going to open the door and then be pissed off then that somebody else opens the door. Or when they come straight bowling through like Count Dracula, like and sucking the blood out your neck because you invited them in. Like, nah, man, like I'm not gonna open the door. And so if people do retaliate to me in that sense, I can clearly say, bro, why are you taking it there? Now you know I ain't cool with it. So after you do it, yeah, now I know where you are, because you know that actually I'm pulling you up on taking it there. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think in that sense, that's why I take the stance I do. I don't want to open the door. I don't want to use language to make people feel comfortable using it, because I don't feel comfortable using it. Do you get me? Number two. And number three, I don't want to open a door that I don't want anybody else to come into. Do you get what I'm saying? And so for me, sitting on a panel or sitting in a supermarket calling somebody a white something and then being offended that they call me a black something, and looking to all the black people and white people to acknowledge the fact that he was racist to me, like, maybe I should have just called him a fat twat. Do you know what I'm saying? Or a skinny crackhead or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's just I don't know.
Yeah.
Man.
But see, that's where I look at it slightly different, because, and I'm not advocating that people should be using racial language. No, not at all. But at the same time, I'm not going to advocate for people to be told that they can't use it. Because, like I said, I do believe in freedom of speech. And I know myself that when you get engaged into a massive row, and really I wish that there wasn't so much of it online, to be fair, because I prefer calmer conversations like this. But that doesn't mean I can't engage in the stupid arguments, because I can. And I'm pretty good at getting involved and fucking swinging a few verbal punches. But
one second, Juba. All right, Mr. Lots.
If you see Mr. Hassan, can you see he's got a blue spanner? Respect the big homie, bro. Respect the big homie. You get me, Mr. Lutz? Like, to be fair to you, yeah, I think you're kind of cool, yeah. You're a funny dude, yeah. But I can't give you a blue spanner yet, bro, because you're he's gonna be offering people out all left, right, and center. Hey, Mr. Lot, he's so emotional, I'm telling you. The man told me in the week, he said, Motion, I'm gonna come up and diss you on Sunday. And true to his word, yeah, he's hearing it like.
Yeah, I think people take Mr. Lottie too seriously, to be honest.
Man. Come on, man.
He's just a joker. So where was I at now? Yeah, no, so I am pretty aware that when you get engaged in arguments offline or in real life, real life or online, some people will take it, by the time they get to the level of using racialized language, they're already using that maximum card because they know it's going to hurt. And they know that it's probably going to lead to violence. I think they're probably prepared for the violence. In fact, they're trying to provoke you into violence, in my opinion. I think that in the majority of cases, that's what
interesting. And I agree with you in that, because again, like for me, if I'm going to address a Jamaican man, and if I use the words "suck your mother," yeah, bro, I want to punch you up, but I don't want to be seen to be the starter of the fight. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah,
I need you to make a move towards me so I can clap you. Do you understand me? So I can say, look, he came at me. You understand? I only said words. Do you understand? So I get you, but at the same time, there's levels again, because I then won't turn around on a football picture or a rugby picture and call a man a white twat. You understand what I'm saying to you? I wouldn't do that because I don't want to take it to there. That's all. That's just me. That's just me. And I understand where you're coming from, but I don't want to open a door. I don't even want to leave it ajar. Do you get what I'm saying?
yeah.
I don't even leave it ajar because I'm gonna lose my shit. You get what I'm saying? That's why I say
I think that the reason that it gets taken to that level so often online is because they know that it's not going to get to the violent level because they're not in the same room. They're miles apart, sitting behind a computer.
So how do you think people would feel in hindsight now then, yeah, knowing that people are contacting friends and all kinds of things, doxing people? How do you think people will feel about that kind of behavior nowadays then?
Yeah. So you're quite right, actually. Once it gets to that level, now they don't do the violence. What they do is they actually try and humiliate you by getting in touch with your family and friends and stuff like that. For me, Motion, I'm quite confident because despite what people say, I don't actually use that much racialized language. And on the two occasions that I've used it, I can explain it. People either accept it or they don't. But most reasonable-minded people will understand what I'm trying to say. And I have pushed boundaries for the sake of conversation. And I am people in my real life and people who know me understand the reasons behind what I do. So for me, I don't have to worry that much. And I'm guessing that Wendy's the same. I think, if anything, the reason why we are voicing it out so much is because it's wrong for people to be going into other people's family lives. Because for example, when it comes to murder, if I was to commit a murder, that wouldn't be my mother or my father that did it. It wouldn't be my brother or my sister. It would be me. And you don't make a whole family responsible for the actions of one person.
But people do, though, you know. I've noticed that I DJ'd for some family, and lo and behold, I found out that one of their family members, I won't say who, but one of their family members stabbed and killed someone, and because of that, their bar or club, because it was both, wasn't getting the people coming through the door, and most of the time it was getting people coming in from out of town for big events, and that's where they would kind of like manage and see their way through because of those big events. But essentially the local and that's because as parents they were supporting their child. yeah, as much as they saw their child doing wrong, they still see the good in their child and see that their child can change and that it was a mistake that that child made.
Yeah.
You understand me? Unfortunately, somebody passed. Because of that support for their child, I guess they and I think that's what it is. People look for you to distance yourself from these behaviors or these things that are seen as you know, extreme in that sense. So people look for you to distance yourself. So the fact that you might come on sometimes and even try and put context to Wendy's situation, people will just band you with her naturally. Like that's what's gonna happen. Do you understand what I'm saying? Rightly or wrongly. Because the other part of it is like the reason why I'm always been reluctant to band out the words, to band out words against people, as opposed to just saying, look, I'm not for the word and I believe that there's other words that could be used in that situation and stuff, and I'll maintain that. But at the same time, not being privy to that conversation, not being part of that conversation, not interacting with you guys for the best part of the whole year, 2 years, I can't band around words at people like that. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And I won't band around words at people like that. What I will do is challenge people's ideologies. I will challenge people's words and what they say. Do you understand me? About it, and put my perspective on it. Do you understand me? But apart from that, like, yeah, I'm not with the shine like you're this, you're that, you're a racist, you're this and that. Like personally, people that go to Speaker Corner, watch Speaker's Corner and those kind of things, you're gonna know there's gonna be all types of people that are down there with different viewpoints. Some of them you're gonna not like. You get me? Some of them you're not like, and people are gonna say things you're not gonna like.
Yeah.
So the point is, at what point do we then just move on? And tomorrow's another day. Do you know what I'm saying? And what I see is, like I said earlier, what I see is a lot of just people talking about things.
Right. So it's interesting that you say that you worked in a nightclub and that they did that and they blamed the whole family, because I actually think that that's something that should be scorned upon. I think that's kind of like cancel culture and it's ridiculous.
It is, yeah.
You know, and I think that you should weigh up every individual's deeds only on the person themselves and not the family. I just don't like that. And even then on the individual, say for example, there's a big difference in my head. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just giving you my opinion. Between somebody that gets into a fight when they're both drunk and somebody ends up punching one person and that person falls to the floor, cracks their head on the curb and is dead, to somebody that's done a premeditated murder with a gun or a knife.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I do think there's a big difference. And me myself, I would graduate within my own sort of like personal level of whether I can interact with that person or not, judging on my safety for a start.
How would you so what would you do then? So for example, obviously you've given 2 clear examples of what you class as premeditated, yeah, so that's that, yeah, and I get that. And for me, even if you say it's for protection, it's premeditated because you have an intention, right? So
yeah,
so we can clear that one up. But the one where you mentioned about the punch, that's an interesting concept, because with law, there has to be an element of remorse, right? So if you don't have remorse, you then leave yourself in the category to be done for murder because of a lack of remorse. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I would imagine anybody that got into a street fight and the person ended up just being like one whack and they've gone unconscious and then hit their head and died. That person never intended to fucking kill the person, in my opinion. I've seen enough street fights and arguments in my lifetime to know that most people that engage in a fight don't actually want to kill someone. They just want to control by using violence. They want to know that they're the hardest or whatever. You know what I mean?
And that's the strange thing about it, is like if and I'm hoping they don't do this, something like this, but if you can charge someone for murder and find them guilty for murder for punching somebody once and them hitting their head and dying, why do you not charge people for attempted murder for punching them once and knocking them out?
Yeah, true. Exactly.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like a simple question like that is like, there's a clear there's a clear discrepancy there, because you're in that case you're holding somebody responsible for something that's not intentional, but by saying it's potentially intentional, because you have to put the intention there for it to be murder. So why is it not attempted murder if you punch him and knock him out?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I
I
mean?
agree with you, and there's so many gradients and intricacies, isn't there? And this is why, being a barrister or a judge and it's such a selective job.
So listen to this. So SHIFFA brought it on earlier, yeah. And I was reading through we was actually reading through the comments. I can't forget the word I'm looking for, but actual dictation, yeah, that's come from the comments. So we're reading, they're literally live, like word for word, verbatim of what has been said. And so Sajid Javid, who's conservative, I believe, pops up and he starts talking about obviously they started talking about Sarah Everhard and doing his condolences to her family and so on and so forth, and then went on to talk about something else. I can't remember exactly what it was, but then says because he's got short time, he's going to talk about this bill that they're looking to pass, increase sentences, yeah, and things like that for child sex offences, yeah,
Right.
And, so the first part of it that was alarming was the conversation started at, say, for example, 3 minutes past, yeah. He finishes what he's saying at 21 minutes past. They had managed to divert the conversation to other issues, yeah. So for 18 minutes, then the speaker halts it and says, listen, let's get back to this, we have to move on, yeah. After 18 minutes of distraction, maybe 17, let's be polite, yeah, maybe 17 minutes of distraction from the subject at hand, yeah, to talk about the Sarah Everhard thing and the situation with women and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So they distract from that conversation to then, after that 18 minutes, and you get a Labour MP or yeah, come up and be opposed to the bill. And it's like, what? So people are talking about giving tougher sentences for child sex abusers and so on and so forth, and you people distracted from it because, yeah, literally, I don't even want to belittle the argument, because women's safety isn't. You get me? Women should feel safe to walk on the streets. Women should feel safe, yeah, to be free from harassment. But also, we should stop banning all approaches to women as harassment. Like, if you're a man and you're a heterosexual male and you are walking the street and you want to say hello to a woman, or you're sitting on the train and you want to say hello to a woman because she looks good or whatever, yeah, is that harassment if you say, hi, how are you doing?
No, but depending on your area, it can be alarming.
No, but I just said on a train, you're saying on a train, there's a packed train, you could be coming from work. There could be a few people there. Do you know what I'm saying? You could make eye contact. Like how so you can teach young men how to be more aware of those situations, those surroundings, that can cause alarm. Yes, definitely. But you can put that there. You get me? Teach the young men how to be aware of those situations so they know how to approach. But at the same time, this young man might have seen this woman once before. And do you know how many times in my life I walked past something and was like, yeah, if I see it again, I chat to it. And you never do. You get me?
I don't know from a man's point of view. I only know from a woman's point of view. That how can I put it? I've despite what people think, I have actually had a career, and I had a job where jobs. Actually, I've had a few different careers, but
I was looking at some footage of Bristol. They're fucking police with button. Get back! Jeez, getting off in Bristol.
Oh God,
they're gonna be rolling up in their.
Over what the Sarah Everard?
No, this is the freedom protest. They're gonna be rolling up in their combine harvesters. The Kill the Bill protest, yeah.
Okay, well,
Hey,
I think
it's a lot in Bristol, bro. I know Mr. Lottie's in Bristol. He's streaming it to the man them in Bristol right now. Let me see if I see Mr. Lottie on the video. There he is, his little big head. There he is. I'm joking. Big up, Mr. Lottie. You know I control too, innit? Yeah, come on.
But I don't know. What was the time? Oh God, 6:20.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go. Motion.
Yeah,
Thanks for letting me on again. It's very quiet here today, isn't it?
yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on, man. It's nothing. Do you know what? To be fair, people always tend to jump on as well, like later on, like probably past 7 and stuff like that. So what I might do is take the time to sleep, yeah, because I need to sleep after my morning work anyway. So what I might do is and start
sleep and come back.
Yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna go. But thank you for letting me on. Bye.
Big up Hector as well, man. Big up Hector.
Yeah, I will do. I'll tell him. Bye bye.
Yeah. See. Yeah, people. Come on. Come on, Bristol's all on some madness. Man's got skateboards to fight the police. Oh my days. Shit. Man saying I'll alley-oop your ass. Are you mad?
Right outside the police station.
It's gonna kick off in a minute. I guarantee it's gonna kick off. It's kicking off. You lot are getting a running commentary right now. Get me? The farmers march. You get me? Come on. Maybe shut that door. Oh, they're doing a sit-down protest now. That's a good protest, you know. A sit-down protest. But if we go home, man, we come out of lockdown soon. Go home. No, people are going mad. Look. I don't think it's gonna kick off. Bristolians ain't like that, really. Actually, they are. Trying shit.
Towards me, the line of police that have got the most.
Bare Babylon, though.
Have moved back, and I'm not sure now we're back to a bit of a lull.
Bare Babylon.
So we're live on Facebook. Bristol Live Facebook.
But this is Bristol Live, yeah.
This is the 4th Facebook Live I've done.
Bristol Live, the paper or the news outlet, they're recording and they're being questioned by the police, like what they're doing, and they're having to explain that they're collecting video evidence.
Everyone's filming every single bit of this, so you know the police have got. I mean, you can see this officer here has got his body cam showing what he's filming, which is quite neat.
Oh, see it there. All the boys them have got cameras.
But all of them have little screens showing what they're seeing.
Okay.
And
It's bare hippies though.
Side has got cameras, as you can see.
Bare hippies.
And the police are filming everything.
Must stink down there.
They haven't made any arrests. I don't know what's happening. If they've made any arrests here. It would not surprise me if they have, but they might not have.
It must stink down there.
Said that they were going to review.
Come on, Hassan, you know this, isn't it? Freedom of speech is not freedom to abuse. That's a good statement, bro. Get me. Get me. Come on.
Because when that happened, they didn't intervene and stop that, of course. But they went back and reviewed all the.
Yo, there's a couple just lipsing up at the front of the. They're about to do their Marvin Gaye and get it on. Are you mad? Let's get it on. I don't know what that was, but yeah. It's a pretty subdued crowd. It's nowhere near as it's nowhere near the rowdy throng that you could see within the confines of Hyde Park yesterday. Nothing like the scenes that we saw yesterday, which were absolutely outrageous. Yes, one would have turned on the water cannons on them and gave them the much needed bath.
So someone came through. Someone's just walking
Yo, bare yuppies, you know, bare beanie hats. That's all I can see. Bare beanie hats and what do you call it? Them what do you call them? Fatigues. Bare man in fatigues though. Yeah, all right, they're going on with the thing still. They're just chanting, you get me? They're not even in rhythm, you get me? You know those anyway. They're not even rhythm, you know, like the claps all off beat and shit. This is a madness. No, it's not a madness, but yeah, man. Why? Like, we're coming out of lockdown. What do you think they should do, people? What do you think they should do? Water cannon? I mean, to be fair, it's peaceful. They're just chanting and golding. So it's not... I think in some ways it seems like they're trying to gold the police into a reaction. Get me? About 1,000 people. About 1,300 people that's there, apparently. So you know that they're counting and ticking who's there, you get me? Yeah? I think it's a joke. But these two hippies, man. You get me? They're having a date out here, you get me? They hooked up on Tinder. Get me? Hooked up on Tinder. Say, let's go to the march. That'll be our first date. Let's see who can get put in cuffs. Because they're right up at the front, kissing up. Funky people. Get me? Not one bar of salt between them. Alright, more chanting.
The concern of the police station. They were getting much at the police station.
Oh, so basically they're all like, so yeah, let me give you some context. They're all piled up here outside the police station. So the police are apparently concerned that the people are going to try and do something to the police station, obviously. So the police's focus is on protecting and creating a boundary around the police station. So they've got two lines where they've created some distance. So the first line is up front, up against the crowd, and then there's a thicker line with vans and stuff behind, which is yeah. So these guys saying they're sticking with it till it finishes. I ain't. You get me? I ain't. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know how many arrests they've made. It'd be interesting to see. Get me? Interesting to see. Remember 33 yesterday though. 33 yesterday. Oh my god. So a man, I don't know if you lot heard that. A man picked up horse shit and put it on a Fed's helmet. Like he took horse shit. I don't know if he had gloves or something. But that's what I'm trying to say.
Good natured, and the policeman was saying, I was supposed to be going home at 4 o'clock, and the protesters were going, yeah, we thought we were as well. Do you know what I mean? So like people are getting on with each other here. So
yeah, it's a pretty peaceful demo. Them Bristolians are hiding a motherfucker. You get me? They ain't trying to go out. See, that's what I'm saying. There's like clearly accelerators. Shit. Man's got a massive lump of shit on his helmet, you know. People are disrespectful. Now, what do they want that Fed to do? Man's supposed to take his bat and lick out his kneecap for that. Fucking rude. Get me? And loads of people are wearing masks, to be fair. Loads of people ain't as well, but loads of people are wearing masks in Bristol. Get me? The hippies seem to be responsible in Bristol. But yeah, it's a mad thing. Man, they're rude. Get me? Big lump of shit on his head, you know. I can't believe it. You get me? And man like Freedom for Britain and all them man there. We'll talk about BLM and how they're disrespectful. You get me? But you got the hippies throwing horse shit on man's helmet and all that. And you ain't got nothing to say. Get your ass on there. You get me? Like, who listened to fucking Freedom's Trial the other day? His kangaroo court. Did you not listen to it? That was hilarious. Hey, you see them guys, yeah? They are funny. They make me laugh. Like, if anyone sees them man as a threat, yeah, like, you are seriously insecure in yourself. Him or Ronda, all of them. If you see them as a threat, man, you are seriously insecure. Cause them man are fucking harmless, man. Literally, like, literally harmless. You get me? Come on. But yeah. See it?
To stamp down on protest, and the Home Secretary granted powers. It's basically designed to stop things like what you saw in the Extinction Rebellion in London City Centre.
Okay.
But the way that it's written, the protesters and the people who are campaigning against this bill say the way it's written means that it curtails the right for everyone to protest.
Okay. So they believe that there were protests that were like the Extinction Rebellion that were bad, and so they believe that the legislation that was made that's relevant to them is all encompassing and affects all protests. So they're down there protesting that. So yeah, they're protesting the right to protest, or what they believe is their right to protest being infringed. Which, yeah. Now surely the power in that, I don't know if there is a petition, right? But again, like I was saying before, surely the power in that would be within a petition, which would make them have to examine the facts of, do you know what I'm saying? They're trying to topple a police van right now. And then they graffitied on it. So it seems like there's a little bit more of a rowdy bunch like turning up and about to maybe accelerate, as Ralph likes to say, things. So you've got a few confrontations, but nothing major at the minute. But yeah, there's a few people that seem to be wanting to accelerate the situation with a little bit of handbags. You get me? The boy of them apparently were using the batons to restore some order. Get me? But listen, like I said, innit? Like, we're 2 weeks away, innit? 2 fucking weeks away, people. 2 weeks away. Like, come on. Like, man can just blasted hold the government to account for their words that they've made going forwards. Do you get me? Yeah, the bill's there and we're not happy about the bill, and people ain't happy about the bill because they feel that their rights to protest is going to be infringed upon. But surely the most powerful thing would be to get the thousands of people that have gone to these protests to get together and petition, right? So this thing is addressed, because at the minute, all that's going to happen is you are going to be what? Tell me what's going to happen. You're going to be addressed in what way? Literally, in a bad way. Do you get me? In a bad way. That's what's going to happen. They're going to look at you and then look down on you. Do you get me? And then there's going to be the people that are filled with fear about COVID that are going to look down on you. You get me? And all you're doing is alienating yourself and your cause. You get me? Yeah? There's a time and a place. And the worst thing is, man like me, I can see your cause, you know? I can see your cause and I can hear your cause and I can feel what you're saying. You get me? But there's time and a place in it. Every battle has a time to be won. You get me? Every battle has a time to be won. You can't win every battle every time. You get me? Pick your moments, man. I don't know if this was the moment, but yeah, I mean, listen, people, 6:30, 6:34, yeah, I'm out of here, about to go hit the sack, man, get a little nappage and that, you get me? I might pop up on Bells later on, I'll see, but if not, tomorrow, you get me? No doubt you see me on Belly Vision, get me? But yeah, big up yourselves, people, yeah, little food for thought. Big up Hassan, come on. Number 3, get me? Number 2 in command. Get me? Big up Mr. Lottie. Yeah. I mean, catch you later, man. Peace.